The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
To increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second full license round, which has significantly complex.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
The resource base of the country. My ministry embarked on the second full fertilizers round, which are significantly complex.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them might be new, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome, days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent. For more, the energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome, days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century, unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better. Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better. Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better. Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective,
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
bid to increase the resource base of the country. My ministry embarked on the second food license round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century. Unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All of the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
Resource base of the country. My ministry embarked on the second food licensing round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may...
Good morning, everyone, once again. Let's all rise to welcome our Honorable Dr. Canon Ruth Nankabira. Let's all rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we kindly remain upstanding for the national anthem, the East African anthem, and a prayer.
Together.
Could I please call upon Faith Musimenta from PAU to give us a word of prayer?
Let us humble ourselves for a prayer. Almighty God, we'd like to thank you for this opportunity that we have to discuss the national content. We thank you for this event, and we pray that this event goes as planned. We thank you for our guests, our sponsors, our exhibitors. We pray for all panel members, speakers, and we pray that this shall be a fruitful event where we'll be able to share the contribution within the national content to the oil and gas sector. And we pray that all the attendees will be able to not only know the opportunities, but also know how to harness the opportunities. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
We may all be seated. Honorable Dr. Canon Ruth Nankabira Sentamu, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Chairperson, Board of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Chairperson, Governing Council, Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, Executive Director for Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, leaders of the oil companies, contractors and subcontractors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and Uganda Chambers of Mines, it's our absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the 5th Annual National Content Conference here at the beautiful Speak Resort. Now, over the next 2 days, we are going to discuss a theme of advancing national content in the oil and gas sector 3 years after FID. This year's theme is both timely and thought-provoking. It challenges us to reflect on the opportunities that we have so far harnessed, the contribution that we have made, and the contribution to come. So as we engage over the next 2 days, we're going to have insightful presentations, meaningful discussions, and meaningful connections. So I encourage you all to be able to tap to those connections and be able to harness the opportunities. To our sponsors, attendees, exhibitors, you're all welcome. Your presence here demonstrates your commitment to advancing national content in the oil and gas sector, and we don't take it for granted. Thank you.
But you know, Faith, you mentioned something about connections, and I believe that it's unfair of us to expect people to have connections unless they understand who they're connecting with. So it's important, Honorable Minister, for me to introduce our MC for the day, Faith Musimenta. Faith has worked in the oil and gas sector for close to a decade. She is a seasoned economist, and she's at the nexus of all this information and national content. She'll be working together with me for the next 2 days. Let's give her a big round of applause.
And Honorable Minister, Dr. Mitch Egwang is a veterinary doctor, and he's a seasoned public speaker, and today he's excited to tell the oil and gas story.
Thank you very much, Faith. Honorable Minister, one of the things which I was taught at the earliest age is that it's so important when you're in a space to be able to ensure that you know who you're with, especially when you want to be able to create relationships that are impactful. And one of the biggest challenges that happen at conferences is that most time when you're sitting at your table, turn and look at your neighbor. You know who the neighbor is, and that is wrong. In terms of relationship building, you should not know your neighbor. So what we're going to do is we're going to do something very special. We're going to break the norm, and we're going to ask that everybody stands up in the next 2.5 minutes and you identify and meet 5 different people whom you don't know. Shake their hand and say, welcome to the Oil and Gas Conference. This is my name. This is why I'm here. This is what I'm looking for. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody up. New contacts, please. New networks. Create new relationships. Alex, Kona Mumwana. Only people you do not know.
Turn up the speakers. It's DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
One minute to go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, 30 seconds, please, and we all take our seats. 30 seconds. All right, thank you very much, Alex. Okay, could I kindly ask everybody to take their seats? Please take your seats. Faith, do you see the importance of creating rapport and relationships? The smiles on people's faces now, with the new relationships, people are taking down phone numbers that they had or they didn't have. Amazing. So right now it's our great pleasure, before we kick off, I believe that safety and security is very important in the oil and gas sector. So I'd like to call upon the Manager, Health and Safety from the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Please welcome Joel Tumwebase and Ali Sechito, the Manager of Security from Munyonyo. Let's give them a round of applause. Just to take us through a security moment.
Perfect. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ali Sekito, in charge of health and safety, Speak Resort Munyonyo. The reason why we're here is to ensure that you're safe. You enjoy your stay while with us at Speak Resort Munyonyo. You left home safe. We want you to go back home safely. I would request the person in charge of the presentation to just put on that slide. We'll just be as brief as we can. One, if you want a place of convenience, that is if you want to use the washrooms and things like that, I will kindly request you to move out of this door to the pre-function area where the exhibitors are. You look at the extreme corner on your left-hand side. The washrooms are there for everyone who want to use that facility. So please, you feel free, and then you get there. In case of any emergency, with that we say a fire outbreak, medical emergency, and things like that. Please, if it's a fire outbreak, we have exit doors, as you can look around the hall. They are fully demarcated with signages. So those are push bars. You just get to the door, you push it, it will open, and then you evacuate yourself in a very safe manner to the emergency assembly point. Where is the emergency assembly point? As you get out to the pre-function area, we have an area called the Mango Gardens, the gardens where you've seen the ladies dancing for us when we're coming in. So that is the area where our emergency assembly point. The second emergency assembly point is where we have our flag poles. So you can evacuate yourself in a safe manner and get to the emergency assembly point. The team gazetted for that will come and take charge in case there is an emergency. If it's a medical emergency, we have a fully fledged first aid room facility. So you get to the corridor, right away to the backstage, you will see a very big signage of first aid room. In case you have a medical emergency, get there. We have medics there who will attend to you. In eventuality where you need to be evacuated to a medical facility, we have a fully fledged ambulance, a Class A ambulance that can manage any type of emergencies that can happen. So what we want you to do in case of that, you just get in there, and then you'll be supported by the medics that are there. For security purposes, please, this is a very, very busy place. I've heard that you're going to be here for 2 days, that is today and tomorrow, and we have other big conferences that are taking place. We're hosting around 10,000 people over this weekend. So be very conscious with whom you seated with. Do not leave your belongings unattended to. We're not saying that people are going to steal your stuff, but it's always good to be very conscious. So study your neighbor you seated with. Make sure that you're very versed with that person. Do not leave your valuables unattended to. But in case you lose any of your valuables, you can get back to us. We can be in position to support you. The premises is covered with surveillance cameras 24/7. The earlier, the better you notify us. We can try to trace the person who has walked away with your belongings. But all in all, we wish you a safe stay with us. Enjoy your stay with Speck Resort Munyonyo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Today I want to share with you something on crowd safety. I'll request the presenter to so today I'll share with you something on crowd safety, since we are in a confined space, and also since we we also attend many events, conferences, concerts. So if you see on the slide, there's a table that shows the stampedes that have occurred in the 21st century. You will see that the numbers are really alarming. Also in Uganda, we had some incident New Year last year, where we had several fatalities. So we need to be aware of this hazard, and it is as a result of loss of oxygen. Mostly when there's a stampede, you have people compressing the chest, and you have it affecting the breathing, and it can result in 2 fatalities. And you don't have to be many people. Studies have shown that even if there are about 6 people pushing in a certain direction, it can still cause it can affect your breathing, and you can lose your life. So we need to be aware of this hazard. I'll go to the next slide, please. So we need to be aware of the safeguards. As we are planning events, we need to ensure that we create a detailed plan with control measures. You have had the safety measures that this hall has, emergency exits. We need to communicate emergency procedures. We need to monitor the crowd, and we need to respond quickly. We need to keep our eyes open in case of any scenario, so that we act quickly. I submit back to you, MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause, Mr. Joel Tumwebaze. One of the things which you're going to hear a lot about is safety and security, and I asked Faith to tell me about it. She said, Mitch, I've got a whole presentation. But before we do presentations, it's my pleasure to introduce somebody who has worked in the oil sector for close to 3 decades. They studied initially in the UK, learned a lot about geology and about minerals and about natural resources, and they've worked in the sector for, I think, through different roles. They've done the job of commissioner, director, but now, ladies and gentlemen, he's executive director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Please welcome Ernest Rubondo. Big round of applause.
Thank you, MC. It's very nice to see a lot of friends and partners in this conference. But Honorable Dr. Canon Ruth Nankabirwa Sentamu, Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, members of Parliament and other political leaders here, ambassadors and high commissioners present, chairpersons of the boards of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and the Uganda National Oil Company, the United Arab Emirates delegation led by His Excellency Ambassador Abdallah Al-Shamsi, the delegation from Ghana led by my counterpart, the CEO of the Petroleum Commission of Ghana, Mr. Egbert Faibile, colleagues from the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria and the National Content Monitoring Board of Nigeria, captains of the oil and gas industry in Uganda, and captains of other industries who are present here today, colleagues from ministries, departments, and agencies of government, the chairman and members of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, other members of the private sector here present, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda and the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum are very, very, very delighted to welcome all of you to this 5th annual National Content Conference. The theme of this conference is Advancing National Content in the Oil and Gas Sector 3 years after announcement of the Final Investment Decision, FID. Many of you will know that this is the 4th day of what is now referred to as Uganda's Oil Week. It is called Uganda's Oil Week because there have been conferences running from Monday this week, when we had the Industrial Enhancement Center hosting a pre-event conference for the International Oil and Gas Summit. We then had the International Oil and Gas Summit held on Tuesday and Wednesday this week. And today, we are commencing a 2-day National Content Conference. The large turn-up here this morning reflects the very high intensity of activities in Uganda's oil and gas sector. It also reflects the yearning of information and opportunities in the sector. I would therefore like to take the honor and thank all of you, the distinguished guests, for having accepted the invitation, but more importantly, for turning up in such large numbers, especially after 3 days of oil and gas conferences in Uganda. Thank you very much, and I think you should give yourselves a very big clap. Honourable Minister, I would like to thank all the companies and institutions and organizations that have contributed to holding this conference, the exhibitors who are out there, and those who have sponsored this event. I would like to declare that this conference is fully financed and there is no debt. In Luganda they say tewali abanja. This is a big achievement given where we came from. This conference has been jointly organized by the Petroleum Authority of Uganda and the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. I would therefore like to thank the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum for continuing to partner with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda in organizing this National Content Conference. This is the second conference which the Petroleum Authority is jointly organizing with the Chamber, and the joint organization and hosting of this conference is a true reflection of a public-private partnership. This public-private partnership to host this conference hardly has any cost, but brings the very immense value that we are going to witness during this conference. I would like to ask the members of the Chamber who are here to kindly stand up for recognition. Those who are here, members of the Chamber, thank you very much. This conference has been organized in line with the regulations for national content in Uganda. These regulations require the Petroleum Authority of Uganda to organize conferences and other means of education to further the development of national content in the country's oil and gas sector. Now, the Petroleum Authority of Uganda also organizes annual conferences for other aspects. The other aspects that the Petroleum Authority organizes conferences for include the skills development in the oil and gas sector, and this is now in its third year running. The authority also organizes a conference on linking the oil and gas sector to other sectors of the economy. This is in its second year running. And the authority also organizes a conference on working with civil society in the oil and gas sector, which is also in the third year running now. You will agree with me that the opportunity for having a Uganda Oil Week provides an opportunity for all these conferences to be brought in 1 week, and we can certainly have a very exciting week in that regard. Allow me to remind the audience that the Petroleum Authority of Uganda implements its mandate of regulating and monitoring the country's oil and gas sector by focusing on 5 areas. These areas are petroleum resource management, cost monitoring, petroleum data management, health, safety and environment management, and the 5th being the participation of Ugandans in the oil and gas sector, which is also called national content. We started a contest on which of those 5 aspects is most important, but this contest has never been landed. We are not going to try and get an opinion in this conference, because this conference is very biased onto one of them. But I think it's important that we try and see which one of those aspects that the Petroleum Authority regulates would be most important. This particular conference is addressing only one of the focus areas which the Petroleum Authority regulates, and that is national content. I am saying this so that the audience is aware that there are other aspects of regulation which are in addition to national content. The 4th National Content Conference, which was held in December last year, 2023, was held under the theme Optimizing National Content in the Oil and Gas Sector. It was very successful because it had over 1,000 participants. That conference focused on the opportunities which arise from the ramping up of activities during the development phase of the oil and gas sector, together with the challenges that are in that phase of ramping up the development phase. That conference also addressed the optimization of national content in that phase. As the country moves towards first oil, and now that first oil is in sight, the focus for this year's conference is in line with the theme, is to take stock of the achievements that have been achieved, and these include capacity building and the opportunities which are ahead for the country in the production phase. Many of you will know that the production phase will mainly include operation and maintenance, and it will not have a lot of infrastructure development. So this conference is going to focus on the aspects that are going to be important in the production phase, which are largely on operation and maintenance, and both in the country and also out of the country, because Uganda's enterprises are beginning to develop the capacity that enables them to work outside the country. Uganda's oil and gas sector has emerging opportunities across the entire petroleum value chain. That is in aspects of exploration, in aspects of development, in aspects of operation and maintenance during production, together with in aspects in the midstream of refining and pipeline transportation. We are therefore delighted that in this conference we have partners from Nigeria, where the indigenous companies in Nigeria have broken through and are actively participating across the entire petroleum value chain. I would like to encourage the Ugandans in this conference to look out for those friends from Nigeria who are here. And if it's okay, maybe I could request our friends from Nigeria to stand up for recognition so that it will be easier to find you when they look for you. Please stand up. Thank you for coming. And colleagues, please find them and share so that we can share how to progress in the aspect they've already taken lead. I think I would also like to use this opportunity to invite my colleague, my counterpart in Ghana, together with the people who are traveling with you, who have joined this conference with you, to stand up for recognition. Thank you very much, and you're welcome. Now, Uganda undertook a lot of preparation for its people and its enterprises to participate in the development phase. This preparation included undertaking studies to establish what was required, including setting up of training centers, including attaining international accreditation for these centers, and establishing different business incubators. Whereas there is preparation for ongoing for the required manpower for the operational phase through the implementation of areas like the Tilenga and ECOP Academy, there is still opportunity for the small and medium enterprises to acquire this knowledge and information. We also are still looking forward to improving the extent to which technology transfer is being done in the oil and gas sector. So Uganda has moved a journey, but there are clearly more areas in which we have to do work. The hope is that this conference will contribute to addressing some of those gaps through the partnerships and through the interrelationships that we're going to develop during this conference. The other aspects of this conference, in addition to the presentation that are going to be made, include the launch of a joint qualification system. The objective of a joint qualification system is to enhance the robustness of the contracting process in the country's oil and gas sector. So Uganda's joint qualification system for the oil and gas sector is going to be launched during this conference. There will be a signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Uganda National Oil Company and the Petroleum Commission of Ghana on collaboration between the two institutions. During this conference, we'll also witness the graduation of the second batch of the Sinopec Advanced Welder Technology Training Program, which is going to see 14 Ugandan welders attain or receive the American Welding Society International Certification during this conference. There will also be the National Content Awards, where companies will be recognized for their efforts towards promoting the achievement of national content in Uganda's oil and gas sector. As I conclude, allow me to highlight something that I find very important about this conference. Many of you will know that the goal of the National Oil and Gas Policy for Uganda is very specific about using the country's oil and gas resources to create lasting value for society. Now, although most of our thinking has been on the fact that value will accrue when the revenues from the selling of crude oil begin to flow into the country. That has been the thinking, that the value from oil and gas resources will mainly come from the revenues that will accrue from selling the crude oil. It has, however, become increasingly clear that there is a lot of value to achieve even before the revenues from selling oil start flowing. The beauty of this conference is that the value that is being achieved before the revenues come from selling oil is very evident in this room. Honorable Minister, in this room, there are people who have been trained and skilled in oil and gas aspects, and they include myself. That represents value. Honorable Minister, there are Ugandan enterprises whose capacity has been built in oil and gas aspects, and this represents value. Honorable Minister, there are Ugandans who are employed at different levels of the oil and gas sector in this room, and there is no doubt that being employed represents value. Honorable Minister, there are Ugandan companies which are providing goods and services in the sector, and I must add earning, I'm tempted to say a lot, but earning money, and this represents value. This is therefore a good conference where these benefits are clear and are being presented. And I'm saying this is a good conference because, Honorable Minister, I know you have attended other types of conferences where these benefits and value that are accruing to Uganda before first oil are being smeared with all colors of paint and sometimes are actually being hidden. That is the beauty of this conference, because we have the opportunity to actually see and know the benefits that the oil and gas sector is bringing to this country even before the revenues come. That is not to say that there will not be value in the revenues when they come, but at least this is the value that will come from the revenues will be added value to what the country is already receiving. I stand to be corrected, but I think Uganda stands in a very unique position in this regard, because it's not many countries in the world that emphasized value before they started earning value from selling crude oil. Most of the countries we have got involved with or participated with actually started documenting this national content value long after they had started production. So Uganda is privileged to really be documenting value even before production starts. Finally, Honorable Minister, you led Uganda's delegation to the Abu Dhabi Petroleum Exhibition and Conference, which is known as ADIPEC 2024, and this was 3 weeks ago. I had the opportunity to be in that conference myself. It was announced in that conference that deals to the value of $10 billion were concluded in that conference. It is my sincere hope that many deals are going to be concluded in this 5th National Content Conference, and that we'll have the opportunity to know the value of the deals that are going to be concluded during this conference. I'm only saying that we need to find a way of documenting the value of these conferences in addition to the other aspects of getting to know each other. And I'm saying that ADIPEC has already led the way in this direction. And with those not so many words, Honourable Minister and dear participants, I would like once again to thank you very much for coming to this conference, but more importantly, I would like to wish everyone an exciting, productive, and rewarding engagement during this 5th Annual National Content Conference. I thank you for listening to me, and I say all this for God and my country. I now also have the singular honor and duty of inviting the Honourable Minister to come and open this conference. But before the Minister comes, I think many of you have been following the minister on social media and her work in the oil and gas sector, both in country but also internationally in conferences. Most recently, I think the Honorable Minister has been fighting for the just transition for the oil and gas sector. This has been a very big fight because the transition is accepted internationally, but the just part of that transition is something that the Honorable Minister actually introduced in that discussion of the transition. So as the Minister speaks to us, please bear that aspect in mind. But also more importantly, we are very privileged because today is the Honorable Minister's birthday. And many of you will know that when you have your birthday, you want to have the time to yourself or with your dear ones, or at least you want as little interruptions as possible. So the 5th National Content Conference for Uganda is very privileged to have taken some time out of the minister's birthday to celebrate with her. So as Honorable Minister, you come to the stage, I'll request the MC to arrange a song that befits so that you can actually walk to the stage in style. And I propose that you give her a clap as she comes to the stage. Thank you very much. You're most welcome, Honorable Minister, to open the conference.
You look so beautiful tonight. Let's celebrate your life. You are amazing, my girl. You're so beautiful tonight. You are the queen. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Make a wish, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish. Amazari wa malundi. Amazari wa malundi. Oh, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish, make a wish. Somebody blow up.
Thank you very much. It is actually my 59th birthday. I proudly mention that because I don't look it, right? And now you will begin wondering. But thank you so much for that recognition. I share the same day with my son. I was looking around to see whether he's available. He's just completed his studies in Canada, but he has missed to join me on stage. So thank you so much, E.D. Powell, for your welcome remarks. I want to recognize the chairpersons of different boards who are here. I want to recognize the representative of my permanent secretary. I want to recognize the Petroleum Commission of Ghana and the UAE delegation, and PETAN and Ogitan delegations who are present in this room today, the executive director who has just given us his opening remarks, and our friends and colleagues from the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. We are always bumping into one another. I think we are chasing the same thing. The government officials from various institutions, and the general manager, Total Energies, CNOOC, and ECOB, general manager, Oranto Petroleum, Arma Energy, distinguished members from the private sector, distinguished students from different institutions of learning who are here. You always come and participate. All of you, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Petroleum Authority of Uganda, together with the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and all those that have helped you to organize this very beautiful 5th annual conference on national content in oil and gas. Thank you so much. Thank you for turning up. Thank you for not getting tired of getting information. And that's the way to go. I am happy that I've been able to make it. And recently we were in another conference at 4 Points, almost seeing the same faces. One would think that you are tired, but same faces are again here because of the importance of national content. And so we are expecting to receive testimonies from the journey that Uganda has moved since the announcement of the discovery of commercial oil. So, and I'm sure that before the end of the 2 days, you would have been taken through this very exciting journey. And so I thank all of you who have participated, who have seen us arrive at this point. Let me also take this opportunity to give you an overview of the oil and gas sector in Uganda. I will leave it with you. You may ask questions later. My team will be behind. I'll leave them behind to really answer whatever questions that would like, because one of the objectives of this conference is really to open your mind and see the opportunities that we have for you to participate as a Ugandan citizen, but also a Ugandan enterprise. So, ladies and gentlemen, the country is committed to increase its resource base. Now, accordingly, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development has embarked on the second competitive licensing round, which has significantly progressed. And government signed the production sharing agreements with 2 companies, DGR Global from Australia and our own Uganda National Oil Company. And the third licensing round is soon to be announced. I'm not ashamed to say this. We are continuing with our journey of exploitation of God-given natural resources so that we can see the just transition happen. So I'm happy to announce that the third licensing round is soon going to be announced. And I keep repeating this, beyond Uganda. And this is good news. And I'm happy also to say that our own baby, the National Oil Company, Uganda's only oil company, is being prepared to compete. And we will be looking for partners to develop the areas for which they have gotten the license. My ministry announced the opening of 3 new frontier basins for petroleum exploration, a strategic step to strengthen the nation's petroleum reserves and expand its oil production infrastructure. These newly designated areas, that is the Moroto-Kadamu Basin in northeastern Uganda, which covers 5,672 square kilometers. The other one is the Hoima Basin in Albertine Graben, which covers 3,741 square kilometers, and Lake Kyoga Basin, covering 7,831 square kilometers. These 3 mark a significant stride towards comprehensive exploitation, potentially enhancing the economic viability of Uganda's oil sector. Uganda is now one of the established petroleum provinces in the world with an estimated volume of 6.5 billion barrels of oil equivalent initially in place, with 1.4 billion barrels recoverable, and these resources discovered to date are significant to support the commercial production of our petroleum in the country. There are 4 key projects that are being implemented to develop, produce, and commercialize Uganda's oil and gas resources in the short to medium term. And these are the known Tilenga project, Kingfisher project, the refinery project, which will refine 60,000 barrels of crude oil every day. And then this includes, by the way, the refined product pipelines stretching about 213 kilometers, because the refined products from the refinery will have to reach Mpigi, Namwabula, where we are going to construct a storage which will store more than 351 million liters of finished products. These are all critical infrastructure. The East African Crude Oil Pipeline, a 1,443 kilometer stretch, and comprising of 24-inch diameter pipes from Hoima, Uganda, to Tanga of Tanzania. And I'm happy to announce that coated pipes already arrived in Hoima, and that we shall be laying them from Hoima, both from Hoima and from Tanzania. We shall meet on the way. Some camps have been, they are being constructed, and all these are opportunities for jobs, by the way. Okay? We started with the insulating plant in Tabora, in Tanga, which was commissioned, and pipes are now being insulated because we are going to heat the products, the crude. It requires heating. So we don't have issues. The pipes will be deep enough in order not to cause inconveniences. And they are 3-layered, insulated. I don't know whether we have any such a pipe in the world which has been carefully manufactured. I visited the manufacturing plant in Liuquang in China. I saw the pipes that are waiting to be shipped. The project will be completed, the East African Crude Oil Pipeline. Come rain, come shine. The final investment decision, which was taken on the 1st of February 2022, ushered in an investment of approximately $15 billion in the next 3 to 5 years. This investment presents opportunities for the participation of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises in the country's oil and gas sector. And as government, we are interested in having Ugandans retain value out of this significant investment, but also mindful of regional content. Some of this infrastructure, like the pipeline, cuts across. It covers 2 countries. So we are mindful of regional content. On the legislative front, Uganda has the necessary frameworks to ensure that national participation is not only a desirable outcome, but a legal requirement. The first effort for ensuring national participation was the development of the National Oil and Gas Policy in 2008, which clearly sets out the policy direction for national participation. The principles of this policy were enacted in the upstream and midstream laws that were enacted in 2013, and the attendant regulations of 2016. And in 2018, government put in place the local content policy for the oil and gas industry, which aims at increasing the participation of Ugandans and the Ugandan enterprises in the oil and gas industry from the current 28% to at least 85% by 2040, or 80% by 2040. Additionally, the National Oil and Gas Policy for Uganda, which was enacted in 2008, is being reviewed to ensure that the objectives are in alignment with the progression of the industry that is now in the construction phase and progressing towards production of first oil. On the national content development, ladies and gentlemen, the implementation of the oil and gas projects in Uganda presents enormous opportunities for fast-tracking the country's development through, among other options, the participation of Ugandans and Ugandan enterprises in providing the required goods and services. This participation is also referred to as national content. The key areas of focus in progressing national content, as earlier emphasized by the ED of Petroleum Authority of Uganda, include employment of Ugandans, capacity building, enterprise development, use of locally produced goods and services, together with transfer of knowledge and technology. Government is working with the private sector and development partners to achieve national content and inclusive growth through a number of strategies. Let me also mention something on the employment and capacity building in this sector in real terms, in real numbers. Priority for employment is given to Ugandans at all levels, with focus on the communities hosting the operations. I call this positive discrimination. Positive discrimination. The local communities that are hosting the projects are given top priority. At peak, it is expected that about 160,000 people will be employed. By the end of June 2024, 14,451 people were directly employed by licensed oil companies, their contractors and subcontractors. And I want to thank you so much. And of these, 13,048 are Ugandans. That is 90%, among whom 4,483 employees were from the communities where oil and gas activities are being undertaken. Positive discrimination. Over 300 government officers have been trained in various oil and gas training programs, including petroleum engineering, geology, geophysics, law, economics, taxation, auditing, and finance, among others. These have been key in the management and decision-making in the oil and gas sector to date. I would like to commend the licensed oil companies and their contractors that have and continue to support national content initiatives, as well as the implementation of various corporate social responsibility initiatives as part of the contribution to economic and social development of these communities in which they operate. Thank you so much. I have participated in commissioning, in opening up most of these projects that you have offered as, courtesy, as, beautiful schools, beautiful bridges, beautiful. Thank you so much. You are not our uncles or relatives, but you have done us good. Thank you. Finally, I would like to highlight a key area of financing. Ugandan entrepreneurs have raised concerns about challenges in accessing affordable credit to enhance their participation in the contracts available. To this end, government is in the process of putting in place a local content development fund from which local suppliers can access cheaper credit. The principles of the local content fund were approved by Cabinet, and preparations of the bill is in its final stages. The fund, when operational, will facilitate entrepreneurs to participate in the areas that have been ring-fenced for Ugandan companies. Therefore, I would like to conclude by encouraging Ugandans to harness the opportunities presented by the oil and gas sector and bridge these services to other sectors in the economy. Be patient. Don't be like those people who were planting vanilla, and when the market for vanilla reduced, they cut the vanilla, and then the market went up, and then they thought of planting again. So those market fluctuations, they can end up frustrating you. Equally, the challenges that we are facing are temporary challenges. And the good thing is that Uganda, having come at this period when we have big brothers who have been in the field for some decades, that's an advantage for us because we are able to pick the challenges that our big brothers faced and learn from those challenges. So Uganda's model is the best in the world in terms of preparedness. Thank you very much. In terms of preparedness, in terms of legal policy, everything, we've left no stone unturned. Therefore, the discovery of Uganda's oil, commercial oil, is not a curse, it's an opportunity. It's not a curse. It's an opportunity. It can only be a curse when you have not prepared very well. Our model is the best. We are going to see a refinery, and the feedstock into the refinery is in the law. First call on the first oil, first call goes into the refinery, period. So it eases our negotiations with the developer because the feedstock is guaranteed by law. So we are prepared. The discovery is an opportunity, and national content, the provision of national content, the policy on national content is one of the safeguards. It's one of the security measures that Ugandans can participate and gain in this discovery. At this conference, various presentations are going to be made. Highlights and opportunities will be made. And the major contractors and subcontractors of the major key projects, including Tilenga Kingfisher, the managers of these projects are in the room, and I know that there will be an opportunity to share what opportunities we have so that we can tighten our belts and be ready to move and walk the journey. Therefore, Uganda's oil and gas industry has progressed from the early exploration period to the discovery of commercial oil reserves, and now the ongoing intensive development stage. Uganda's oil and gas resources are being developed in the sustainable and environmentally friendly manner, with the due care to the rights of the citizens. Lastly, I want to thank PAO and your partner, the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, for organizing and hosting this 5th annual National Content Conference for the oil and gas sector. I now declare the 5th annual National Content Conference open. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Canon Minister, for those words. One thing that stood out for me is the progress of the projects, and that excites me and continues to ignite a hope for First Oil. Our next speaker comes all the way from Ghana. As the minister has said, these are our big brothers in the industry. They have been producing oil and gas for a number of years. And so learning from their experiences, the lessons that they have learned from the challenges that they've had is going to be very important and instrumental to us. So join with me to introduce Mr. Fable Egbert, our keynote speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, permit me to stand on the existing protocols as I proceed to render my speech. I bring warm greetings from the Honorable Minister for Energy of the Republic of Ghana and the Petroleum Commission Ghana. I thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, PAO, and the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, the organizers of this conference, for the privilege and invitation to be the keynote speaker today. I do not take the privilege lightly. I must mention that I came with a delegation of 5 who have been introduced already. And I thank you very much, my brother, Mr. Rubondo, for that introduction. I must also say that I led a delegation from the Petroleum Commission Ghana and the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, GNPC, to this beautiful country only a few months ago as guests of the Uganda National Oil Company, UNOC, and PAO a few months ago, as I said, on what was clearly a very successful study tour. I must say I enjoyed the visit, and thus it was no contest at all when I received a letter from PAO to be here with you for this event. Let me thank UNOC and PAO once again for the successful trip the earlier delegation made here. Ladies and gentlemen, the presence of the Petroleum Commission Ghana delegation at this very important event is a fillip for an even increased cooperation between our two countries and peoples. Beyond soccer, when our Black Stars play the Cranes of Uganda, or Kampala City Council plays Kumasi Ashanti Kotoko, there's a lot that our two countries of Ghana and Uganda can do together for the mutual benefits of our people. May I take this opportunity, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, to invite all of you to the 31st Africa Oil Week that is scheduled to be held in Accra, Ghana from September 15 to 19, 2025. Accra and Ghana awaits you. I find the theme for this conference, Advancing National Content in the Oil and Gas Sector 3 years after FID, very appropriate, and commend organizers and all involved for this carefully chosen signpost. I must, however, caution that the letter per which my brother, Mr. Rubondo, the Executive Director of PAO, invited me to speak at today's meeting, requested that in speaking to you, I should endeavor to share insights and experiences by highlighting the current national content trends and challenges, as well as Ghana's success stories in implementing local content. It is my hope that at the end of this disquisition, it will be said that I met a charge given me. In speaking to you, I will not take a didactic path for obvious reasons. Each nation has its own policies and strategies for attaining policy goals. It is against this backdrop that I proceed to share Ghana's experiences in the upstream petroleum subsector with you. The value judgments that arise therefrom, I expect to be from individual processing of the views I share and hopefully acceptance. The oil and gas industry in Ghana, Honorable Minister, the oil and gas industry in Uganda, is nearly half a century younger than Ghana's, where the oil and gas industry has evolved over a century dating back to 1896. Uganda made a commercial discovery a year before Ghana when the Mputa 1 well was drilled in December 2005, and which resulted in a commercial find or the declaration of commerciality on 6 January 2006. On the other hand, Ghana achieved a record first oil in 3 years in 2010 after commercial discovery was announced from the Jubilee field in 2007. It is admirable that Uganda has taken time to put necessary structures, including local content regulatory framework, prior to the approval of plan of development and the subsequent final investment decision by operators. The declaration of FID shows the commitment of the JV partners to deliver first oil by 2025, and is a significant milestone for the upstream petroleum industry in Uganda. This marks an important epoch in the petroleum industry as it represents the point at which investor parties commit significant financial resources to proceed with project execution. With FID reached, the contractor parties have given a full notice to proceed with the project, and all EPC contracts will be tendered for and awarded. It is at this time that national content and indigenous participation should be paid all the needed attention. This leads me to the question of how Ghana did it after the Jubilee Field discovery. Only last week, the media in Ghana was replete or awash with news that a total of contracts worth $3.6 billion have been awarded to indigenous Ghanaian companies from 2007, when Ghana's Jubilee Field commenced production in 2010. In the same period, $8.7 billion United States dollars worth of contracts have been awarded to foreign companies, whilst joint venture companies have been awarded contracts valued at $6.3 billion. Ghana, as you may know, currently has 3 producing fields, namely the Jubilee Field and the 10 fields operated by Tullow Ghana Limited, as well as the Sankofa Ginyame fields operated by ENI Exploration and Production. All of these 3 fields are offshore Ghana. Over the last 11 or so years, the Petroleum Commission has made giant strides in the quest to deepen local content or national content in Ghana's upstream petroleum subsector. I proceed to share some of the insights and experiences that have earned our local or national content regime that I claim it basks in. Contracts awarded to indigenous Ghanaian companies to conduct several upstream projects or petroleum businesses have improved significantly over the last 15 years, with indigenous Ghanaian companies and joint venture companies being awarded 21% and 33% respectively of contracts in the industry. The values of these contracts awarded indigenous Ghanaian companies and JV companies, some of which involve Ghanaian companies, stood at $3.6 billion and $6.3 billion respectively, out of the total contracts of $18.6 billion. In 2023, out of a total contract sum of $967 million, about $246 million was awarded to Ghanaian businesses, representing 25% of the total contracts awarded. Aside this, the value of services to JVs was $686 million United States dollars, which also includes significant Ghanaian equity participation. Further, over 650 indigenous Ghanaian companies have registered with the Petroleum Commission to provide various goods and services to the industry. This represents a 600% increase from a decade ago. Most importantly, indigenous Ghanaian companies, in response to the Commission's admonitions, are now moving away from the low-hanging fruit segment of the industry to relatively more sophisticated activities such as engineering studies, metal stamping and blending, fabrications, thermal absorption plants, cementing units, chemical blending plants, filtration and mud logging plants, amongst others. Additionally, production of specialty chemicals, manufacture of valves, bolts and nuts, as well as acquisition of vessels for the provision of anchor handling and tax services, to mention but a few, are some of the areas that indigenous Ghanaian companies have transitioned to as I speak to you. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, in Ghana's quest to grow national content in the upstream petroleum subsector, the Petroleum Commission took a foundational policy decision on the premise that money is a coward and does not stay at a place where it does not get protection. With that philosophy as a compass, Ghana has ensured the protection of investments, whether of foreign or Ghanaian origin. It has been the Petroleum Commission's position that when investors are certain of the protection of their investments, they will not hesitate to do business in our country. Thus, over the period from 2007, when the Jubilee Field was discovered to date, there has not been any case of nationalization or expropriation of anyone's investments in Ghana's E&P space. This respect for contracts and private investments in our E&P space has been a fillip for national content growth and development in Ghana. Additionally, Ghana's courts have an unassailable reputation for dispensing justice by the book, like Lady Justice, and do not care whom its sword strikes or whose ox is gored by their judgments, orders, rulings, or decisions in disputes, whether it is among oil and gas companies or from other sectors. Indeed, the Petroleum Commission has been a go-to place by companies for the settlement of potential disputes or disputes over the period. Among foreign and indigenous joint venture partners, I'm happy to report that companies that have petitioned the Commission to settle or intervene in disputes have generally been satisfied with the outcomes. There is a lot of certainty with Ghana's regulatory framework, and for business in the E&P sector. Rights and obligations of parties to contracts are clearly spelled out. From our Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 2016, Act 919, to the Petroleum Local Content and Local Participation Regulations of 2013, LI 2204 as amended, investors have seen and confirmed certainty, predictability, and transparency in Ghana's national content agenda. Honorable Minister, another insight from Ghana's upstream oil and gas development success that I wish to share here is that of business and enterprise development. Wherever oil and gas have been found in commercial quantities, it is a legitimate expectation of locals or the citizenry that they must benefit from the outcomes thereof. Often, the people in whose regions the finds have been made, or even the larger national public, do not have any idea or ideas about the value chain and how to plug in. At the Petroleum Commission Ghana, we are clear that the upstream petroleum value chain runs on 7 links. These links are exploration, discovery, appraisal, field development, production, plugging and abandonment, as well as decommissioning. Each of these links, as stated, has a business or enterprise side, which, if identified, can set many locals or indigenous businesses on the pathway to economic prosperity through the provision of goods and services. Some of such services from the exploration and seismic scopes, for example, include onshore and offshore seismic data acquisition services, seismic data processing services, geophysical interpretation services, provision of drilling rigs, seismic data interpretation services, mud logging services, etc. Additionally, well drilling services, including but not limited to wellhead services, wireline services, logging while drilling, production or drilling services, reservoir services, etc., are all scopes that indigenous Ghanaian or indigenous companies can provide. Also, services exist in the area of health, safety, and environment if positioned strategically. We therefore have at the Petroleum Commission a fully fledged business advisory and enterprise development department. Its core function is to identify potential business opportunities available in Ghana's upstream space and put them out for the information of business persons. Additionally, that department organizes workshops, seminars, as well as a business academy for businesses looking for contracts in the value chain. At such fora, the Business Advisory and Enterprise Development Department provides insights into what is on the horizon as far as upcoming contract opportunities are concerned for businesses who hold Petroleum Commission permits to bid for contracts. Such fora also provide opportunities for the Commission to invite international oil companies which award contracts to teach businesses their respective bidding processes to ensure that bidding companies get it right in their bids for contracts. The Business Advisory and Enterprise Development Department of the Commission also publishes a half-yearly outlook of activities of the IOCs and the contracts that may come up in the next few months. At our annual local content conferences and exhibitions, the 3rd day is devoted wholly to procurement and contracting. The IOCs are invited to furnish presentations on what contracts they intend to launch in the coming year. This 3rd day is very well attended because everyone wants to win a contract with the IOCs. One success story worth mentioning with you from Ghana is that of Awesome Energies. This JV was able to fabricate a P6 manifold entirely at its fabrication yard in Takoradi, Ghana, for Talo Ghana Limited and its partners for the deployment of deployment on the seabed as part of the Jubilee Southeast project. The Jubilee Southeast project itself is about a US $1 billion project. Awesome Energies, in fabricating the said manifold, engaged 300 Ghanaians and 20 expatriates. Today, Ghanaian engineers, welders, pipe fitters, welding and coating inspectors, etc., are proud that the J6 manifold has been deployed as part of the subsea arrangements of piping and of valves that have been designed to combine, distribute, control, and monitor fluid flow at the Jubilee Southeast field, having been installed on the seabed. Another success story is that of a fully indigenous Ghanaian company by name Flasi Limited that has also become the sole owner of a vessel, the Flasi Confidence, that provides anchor handling and tug services to Talo Ghana Limited and its partners at the Jubilee and 10 fields. Indigenous Ghanaian companies like Rigworld, Southie, Harlequin, Wayo Engineering, Champion X, 2N, Conship, Ensol, Allship, Gekrik, 7-Eleven, Kariba, etc., have taken respectable and desired parts in the industry and serve as pointers to what information asymmetry in the tendering processes, inadequate in-country technical certifications, and weak industrial base are also factors that inhibit technical activities in the sector in the absence of a wider strategic planning in trade and industry to complement local or national content implementation. We in Ghana have no doubt that Uganda is on course with its national content agenda for the upstream oil and gas sector. So in staying on course, we think, or I beg to submit, that even though I did not set out to intend to lecture our brothers and sisters in this jurisdiction of what Uganda should do, permit me to say or share Ghana's experiences on advancing local content in the upstream petroleum industry. Our brothers and sisters in Uganda have to remember that local content policies have to focus early attention on critical issues. Implementation of local content policy should focus on institutional strengthening, development of individual skills, and enterprise capacity building. These are what will lead to the long-term sustainability of local content initiatives. In Ghana, the Petroleum Commission has spent significant amounts of money in training Ghanaians in mechanical, process, electrical, instrumentation, and pipe fitting for mid-career roles, which are critical in the oil and gas industry. We also enhance the capacity of our faculties of various technical universities to indigenize technical training in country. Uganda, I beg to submit, must also focus on domestic value creation. As Uganda advances its national content agenda, focus must be on capacity building and value addition rather than mere national ownership. The most successful local content tools are not only focused on transfer from foreigners to locals, they also have to be part of a wider strategy focused on increasing domestic value addition, regardless of the nationality of the firms, employees, or investors. Uganda, as an emerging country, should focus more on in-country value addition and in-country spending. The principle should be do it in-country first, and next to that, do it with locals. I must also say, in recommending that the PAU must also have enough resources to do its job. Local content targets should also be specific. And here, let me say that Uganda must guard against irrational exuberance and excessive resource nationalism. Local content targets should be realistic and based on plausible economic assumptions. Unrealistic targets may create incentives for circumvention. A wide gap may create temptations for domestic and multinational firms to create special purpose vehicles. Ghana made this mistake and set very ambitious targets for many activities. These are currently being reviewed. Regulations and targets should be modifiable as conditions change. The regulator should review the local content regime at appropriate intervals with active involvement of all stakeholders. Additionally, we suggest that planning local content participation early cannot wait for tenders. There must also be institutional collaboration. Additionally, effective monitoring is a tool you cannot blink. We also urge you, Uganda, to encourage indigenous companies to specialize and form partnerships. The Honorable Minister has spoken about regional content. I think that it is something that must be given serious thought and concern. And most importantly, we must also ask that Uganda must align local content policy objectives with climate goals and SDG 7 targets. Expenditure oversights are also another area that Uganda should look out for. In Ghana, we have at the Petroleum Commission a cost audit department as well as project evaluation departments which work together to ensure that costs do not go out of range. I must also, in concluding, say that national content cannot solve all our economic problems. National content should not be seen as a panacea to systemic challenges in any economy. National content measures should not be isolated from wider and deeper structural changes on the economy or to the economy. There's the need for wider strategic planning in trade and industry to complement national content regulations. Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, we have entered an era in which national content and local participation must be seen and approached as twin pillars that should hold a position of prominence in the national development agenda of many resource-rich developing countries. We are reminded that we live in a highly connected and globalized community, and thus we must engage in a meaningful way in the stakeholder dialogue on local content. Indeed, the futurama of national content in Uganda is one of success, but this success is dependent on what is done to lay the right foundations for unleashing the necessary business energies of the people of this country. I thank you all for your attention. May God bless you, and God bless Uganda. God bless Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Egbert. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. Honorable Minister, what we'd like to kindly ask you to do is to do us the honors. We'd like to take a group picture with you before we ask you to go and officially open our expo outside. together with the ED, together with our keynote speaker, if you could kindly make your way to the front. Members of the press corps. Could I also kindly ask the Petroleum Authority Board Chair, the team from CNOC, from Total, ECOP, UNOC, the Chamber of Mines and Petroleum Board Chair. I think on the stage would be appropriate. Thank you very much, Edie, so that we can have a nice backdrop. Could I have the head of the delegation from PETAN and the National Content Monitoring Board, please? Kindly join. Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, ED, could you kindly join, please? CAS, if you could kindly just coordinate. As we finish this picture, I'd like to kindly ask in the next few seconds for one representative from each of the sponsors to please join. Sponsors, please. Could you kindly join? One representative from each of the organizations, kindly join. I'd like to have the sponsors on the lower rung, and then we can have a few on the side. Wonderful. Could we ask our delegates to kindly give us a smile? Oil and gas is a good thing. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seats. I'd like to ask the ED and the delegation to take the Honorable Minister to officially open the expo. I'd like to ask the rest of us to remain seated. We've got a few videos we'd like to share, and then we're going to invite you also to explore the expo, but at the same time to grab yourself a cup of tea and make your way back into the room in the next 15 minutes. Video, please.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
bid to increase the resource base of the country. My ministry embarked on the second food licensing round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite us all to go and grab a cup of tea and to go and have a look at some of the expo booths outside. If you could kindly be back in the room within 10 minutes, go grab yourself a cup of tea and then we'll be back here in 10 minutes for the next session. Thank you very much and we'll see you in a bit.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than whoever.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century. Unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Mic check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Microphone check.
This is a numbers game, so
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years' experience of recruiting internationally. Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across the energy and mining sectors from pre-feasibility stage through to project execution and operations. Carefully developed service lines mean clients can engage WQS to manage all in-country workforce requirements or assist with individual recruitment needs. Supporting local content and sustainability initiatives is at the forefront of our strategy. A specialist training arm provides internationally accredited training courses in vital trade skills such as welding, electrical, mechanical, pipe fitting, and of course, health and safety. To date, we have trained over 2,500 nationals to internationally recognized standards. Our workforce solutions are designed to meet the needs of the fast-growing labour market, and we can assist with local and international recruitment and contracting, travel and immigration support, HR consultancy and compliance advice, training, compliant payroll services, salary surveys, skills availability studies. WQS's experience, methodology and customer service provide our clients with the safety, comfort and support required when operating in the fast-evolving business environment of East Africa. Think WQS for all your workforce needs. An African business with global capabilities.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now, we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanawoli.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second full license round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century. Unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century. Unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years' experience of recruiting internationally. Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across the energy and mining sectors from pre-feasibility stage through to project execution and operations. Carefully developed service lines mean clients can engage WQS to manage all in-country workforce requirements or assist with individual recruitment needs. Supporting local content and sustainability initiatives is at the forefront of our strategy. A specialist training arm provides internationally accredited training courses.
Welcome back from the tea break. Let's all get settled down as we transition to the next session. Could we have all the delegates please move back to the hall with your teas so we can have a working tea session? Okay. Welcome back to the continuation of this conference. If you're out and having some tea, we kindly request that you move back into the hall as we continue with the session. So we've had quite some insightful discussions the first half of the morning, and now I'm going to request that we have Ms. Penina Ahewa, the Director Economic and National Content Monitoring at Petroleum Authority of Uganda, to come and give us key achievements of national content participation and some way forward in the sector. Thank you.
Where that we are starting. But people are standing. People are standing. But other people are still standing. Okay. Okay, can we settle and resume, please? I'll request that you allow me stand on the previous protocols that were mentioned by the previous speakers, but in a special way, I would like to welcome our counterparts from Nigeria and Ghana. We don't take it for granted that you're always available to share your experiences and for us to learn from you or to learn from each other. You're very welcome to Uganda. As introduced, my name is Penina Ahewa. I work as a Director, Economic and National Content Monitoring with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. The aim of my presentation is really to give accountability. In a way, we are accountable to you in terms of national content. So I'll try and talk about where we've come from, where we are, the challenges we see, where we want you to go in the near future, and as PAU, our priorities going forward. But before I do that, next slide, please. Okay, so before I go into the accountability bit, I'll just give a few highlights on the status of the sector, in addition to what the Minister talked about and what the ED-PAU talked about. Then I'll share the progress, opportunities, the challenges, the forward plans, and I'll conclude. So briefly, and I note that this was not highlighted by the Minister, but on the public sector side, these are the key institutions that are managing the oil and gas sector. The Ministry of Energy in charge of policy, formulation, investment promotion and licensing, and then PAU that I work for, in charge of regulating and monitoring the upstream and the midstream subsectors, also ensuring there is compliance, not only to the regulatory framework we have, but also ensuring that our licensees are applying international best practices. And then UNOC, that is in charge of the commercial interests of government. We work with other agencies of government on a number of aspects, including environment, the fiscal aspects, and so on. On the side of the private sector, these are our key licensees. On the upstream, specifically exploration, you can say we have 6 of them as listed there. On the side of development upstream, there are 3 as listed there, although one of them is not really fully fledged licensee. It's a non-operator, that is UNOC, under the development segment of the upstream. Under midstream, specifically the refinery, there's an upcoming licensee, Alpha MBM, a consortium from UAE for the refinery. I think you'll hear more about them if you visited the UNOC booth. And then on the ECOP, the key shareholders, I think the slides are moving faster than I am. The key shareholders are there, UNOC, SINOC, TPDC, and ECOP. So in a nutshell, these are the licensees as PAU that we are regulating. On the contractor side, these are quite many, and I just could not put them all there. In summary, we have over 1,000 contractors and subcontractors that we are supervising as a PAU or as an industry. Briefly, those are the key players we have in the industry at licensee and contractor and subcontractor level. Going on, in summary, the activities that we are regulating. Under upstream, again, in exploration, we have 5 active licenses as listed there at different stages of progress. And as you heard the minister talk about an upcoming licensing round, and as PAU, we cannot wait to have more players in exploration under the upstream. Next, in terms of the group of projects or activities that we are regulating as PAU, please keep the slides going so the whole slide can be up. This is to present the magnitude in terms of capital expenditure under each of these projects. On the upstream, of course, as you know, there's the Tilenga project, an integrated project of around 9 fields with a capex of 4 to 5 billion. Then the Kingfisher, which is an integrated development of around 3 fields with a capex of 2 to 3 billion dollars. And then the ECOP, around 5 billion. And then the refinery is coming around 4 billion. So these are the projects, I would say, partly in the development phase, partly almost there, like the refinery, that we are regulating as PAU. The investments, in summary, that we are overseeing, as of end of 2023, those projects culminating to the investments I'm talking about. As of end of 2023, the cumulative investment was $7.5 billion. And this year alone, 2024, the companies have spent or are spending around $2.9 billion. Next slide, please. And then next year, we still expect significant spending of around $2.3 billion. Again, in the operations phase, we will expect significant expenditure in terms of operations, maintenance, and so on, cumulatively to a tune of around $15 billion. This is to give you, I don't know, not say hope, but to show you that work is still, opportunities are still available and investments are still being made in the different projects in the country. As PAU, as we regulate the upstream and the midstream, the key regulatory areas that we look at are mainly 5. The oil and gas resources management, to make sure they're well understood, they're well planned for, and they're well produced. And then ensuring that all operations are cost efficient. We are also in charge of the E&P data, the petroleum data. We are the custodians. And then also as a lead agency in areas of health, safety, security, social, and environment. Lastly but not least, one of the key focus areas and the subject for this conference is national content, which also looks at aspects of linking the oil and gas sector with other sectors of the economy. Now, going specifically to give you accountability, and before I do that, just to remind us how we have chosen to define national content in the country and the key focus areas under national content, and how it has been enshrined within the legal and regulatory framework we have in the country. So we've defined national content to be value added or created in the Ugandan economy through the employment of Ugandan workers, and the use of goods produced or available in Uganda, and services provided by Ugandan citizens and enterprises. So this is how it is enshrined within the agreements we have, the PSAs, the agreements under the ECOP, the policy, and the laws and the regulations we have, focusing on mainly 5 areas: employment, skilling, or capacity building, enterprise development, use of locally available or produced goods and services, and transfer of knowledge and technology transfer of knowledge and technology. Briefly, in terms of progress, next slide. Of course, some of this has been mentioned by the Minister. I'll just give a little bit more. From 2017 to date, around 5,280 procurements have been undertaken by the licensees, and these were worth $5.3 billion. Out of these, 4,511 procurements went to Ugandan companies worth $2.1 billion, and that is around 40% in contract value. Out of the 2.1 that went to Ugandans, 19 went to companies that are based in the communities where the operations are happening. In terms of technology transfer, for now, of course, we haven't advanced in terms of initiatives of technology transfer. For now, we are relying on joint ventures to make sure Ugandans are twinned with international companies, and in that way, probably knowledge and technology is transferred. So to date, we have approved around 64 joint ventures, and 35 of these have been able to secure work in the sector with a value of around $300 million. In addition, what we can count as a source of technology and knowledge transfer has been, we've encouraged the oil companies to support our institutions, equipping them with the required ICT. And so some of our licensees have supported our universities with the required software and hardware to a tune of over 200,000 USD. In terms of employment, you heard the Minister say we are at a rate of 90% Ugandans being employed in the sector out of the 15,000 workers that are directly employed. Out of those direct jobs, in our computations, we know every direct job produces around 2.3 times indirect jobs and around 3 times induced jobs. So out of the 15,000 that have been created, we think the industry has also created over 34,000 indirect jobs and over 100,000 induced jobs. And in most cases, these indirect and induced are occupied by the locals or Ugandans. Out of the direct 90%, I talked about Ugandans, 4,773 are coming from the host communities. This was also talked about by the Minister, but just to emphasize that we have keen interest in ensuring that the communities benefit. It is also important for us to know, yes, Ugandans are at 90%, but in what jobs are they? At what levels are they? And currently, 64% of the management jobs in the industry are occupied by Ugandans. 85% of the technical jobs are occupied by Ugandans, and the others, we are at 99%. in terms of occupancy. So we care to know at what level Ugandans are playing. I am being warned, let me try and speed up. In terms of training, many methods are deployed for training Ugandans. We are proud to say around 14 of them are now under international expatriation in different countries around the world. There has been aggressive in-country training capacity development. We have the required international accreditation. Some of them were mentioned, I think, by the minister. The American Welding Society certification can be achieved here. City and Guilds of Pito and so on, they can all be achieved in the country. And therefore 14,000 Ugandans have been trained and internationally certified in the different areas required, and 243 government officials have also been trained. In addition to supporting training generally of government staff and the oil companies training their own staff, they have also offered scholarships to universities in country and abroad, and I'm sure they will have an opportunity to talk more about that. They are a source of a place where we can take our students in country for internships and on-job training. In preparation for the operations phase, the oil companies have undertaken massive open online courses or training, and as we speak, there is aggressive training of around 200 Ugandans that will be participating in the operations phase, mainly doing maintenance and so on. I know you've heard of the Tilenga Academy and the ECOP Academy in Uganda and Tanzania. I know that oil companies, specifically Total and ECOP, should be able to talk about that in detail. The other key milestone I thought I would talk about is how far we've gone in terms of enterprise capacity development. In addition to training, classroom training and so on, there's a lot more that has been done. Hands-on, the circle I put there is just to demonstrate that I'm proud to say that I believe we are able to do all the outer circle services and the second inner circle services. Initially, in the initial years, we were mainly doing the services in the outer circle, but we have been able to penetrate, and I am comfortable to say we are able to do even the services that are in that middle circle. There are just a few, I think, that we are not able to do, but they're also being done in joint venture. The only ones that we need now to focus on are the ones in the inner circle, the ones we call the specialist services. So there has been progress in enterprise capacity development, even in managing, contracting, and bidding. That has also, in a way, been improved along the way. We also have a tool that has enabled enhanced visibility of our Ugandans, which is the National Supplier Database. I've indicated some statistics there. As of now, the register has over 3,000 companies, foreign and local, and 2,500 of these are Ugandans. The other milestone I thought I would talk about is the collaboration we have been able to achieve and attracting companies from the region. I will talk about mainly companies from Nigeria because they have been able to embrace the opportunities in Uganda. Unfortunately, we haven't achieved much with Ghana, but I am hoping with this enhanced collaboration now we have with Ghana, next year when we are presenting, we should be able to have companies from Ghana on the list. So far, we are in collaboration with PETAN. There's a lot that is being done between PETAN and OCTAO of Uganda. And as PAU, there's a lot we are working with the Nigerian Content and Monitoring Board, but equally Ghana, the Ghana Commission, There's a lot we've benchmarked with them, especially on insurance and so on and so forth. There are some successful joint ventures between Ugandans and Nigerian companies. They're listed here, but we need to go a little bit more and go into exploration, because I know Nigerian companies have ventured into exploration, and a good number of them are operators, and they are managing marginal fields and so on. So in these joint ventures, I think it's an area we need to embrace. Yes, these services are good, but we also need to go into exploration. Briefly, I cannot leave this podium without highlighting some of the opportunities we see that are still there for you to grab, the way we see them as the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So on the exploration side, there are opportunities for farming in. I talked of the 5 active licenses. Farming transactions are common in the upstream, and we are not really breaking through as we had desired. So I want to believe there is a huge opportunity for farming in the existing 5 active exploration licenses. Some of them are represented here, so it would be good to reach out and speak to them if that is an opportunity. The other one, of course, is the upcoming licensing round that the Minister talked about, which may also have areas in the new open areas that the Minister talked about, the new basins. Like I said, as Ugandan companies, I think we need to transition from just being service companies, and we also venture into exploration, because the way the energy transition is treating exploration, I think we need to empower ourselves and start doing some of the exploration work ourselves and risk our resources ourselves. The other key investment opportunity, or an opportunity that is available for us as companies, is acquisition of reconnaissance data, especially in these new areas that have been opened by the ministry. The other key area that I'm excited to talk about is the refinery. The refinery is here. Negotiations are ongoing. I believe soon we will have an investor on board. It's a big project. I talked of its capex, $4 billion. We estimate at peak it will give us 32,000 jobs, direct jobs. It will have a huge impact on our GDP and a huge impact on our national capital formation. So it's an area that we need to look into, prepare for. I have highlighted a few of the opportunities that we foresee will come on board as we break through with the refinery project. But generally, even under the refinery, the 16 ring-fenced services that we've been having under the upstream, they are also ring-fenced under the refinery project. So you need to prepare for them as well under the refinery. The other opportunities I thought I needed to talk about, but I know they will be talked about in detail by the licensees. This is just a sample, a snapshot of some of the opportunities we see coming in the operations phase. There are quite many. I cannot read through all of them, but my presentation is available. And you can reach out to Total, to ECOP, to CNOC in their booths, and they should be able to explain more on what is upcoming in the operations phase. I also thought I should highlight the opportunities that are coming up in other sectors of the economy, specifically transport or construction, and specifically Ugandans will know about the SGR, the opportunities that are coming up under SGR. We have worked with them, and we have made sure the services that are ring-fenced under oil and gas are also ring-fenced under the SGR project. It is also a very huge project. So we need to reach out and prepare for those opportunities there. Lastly, not lastly, there are opportunities that are emerging in external markets, and I think we've talked about this with the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and we have emphasized that we've been able to build capacity in some areas, and we should be able to externalize that capacity that we have built. There are opportunities coming up in Tanzania, in Mozambique, and in Namibia, and we need to make an effort and go across the borders and externalize the capacity that we have been able to build from 2017. Please go back, you're going too fast. I also thought I would talk about the opportunities we have under sectoral linkages. Most of these have been studied, they have been profiled, ready for you to take up. For instance, tourism. You're well aware we have the second international airport within the oil region. Once oil and gas has gone down, if you've been supplying the oil and gas sector, the assumption is that you're able to export. You should be able to take advantage of the airport and so many other opportunities that are available. Banking services, I've told you about the refinery that is coming in big size. It will require banking services, financing services, and so on and so forth. The health linkages are also available for you, well packaged, and all these reports available on our website. So we need to think outside the box and go beyond the direct services we are giving to oil and gas, but look at the opportunities that have been created by oil and gas in other sectors of the economy. How to participate, as I conclude, very simple. If you have a talent, you have a skill, you need to register it on the National Oil and Gas Talent Register. It's free and open, and it's online. You can visit our booth as PAU, you'll be able to get the details. And then for suppliers or potential suppliers, the gateway is the National Supplier Database, and now it is being upgraded into a joint qualification system. You cannot do anything unless you're registered there. It's free and it's online. You can do it anywhere. The other gateway, how you can participate, like I said, joint ventures have been key, especially in those areas that we don't have capacity yet. You can identify partners through such engagements, through NSD, and so on. And then most of the opportunities are really advertised. I just picked out a few extracts of the newspapers advertising expressions of interest. As I conclude, again, in terms of the challenges and the way forward, the forward plans, this is not to say these are the only challenges we see. Next slide, please. We know, we are well aware the challenges are quite many in the industry, but we have also made progress on each of them. This is just to say these are on top of our agenda as PAU, and one of them is the urgent need to enhance our technical capacity as SMEs in the country. And we are emulating Nigeria. I think for Nigeria to progress in terms of technical capacity, they did what they call the Project 100. We are trying to put together what we are calling the Project 50, where we will concentrate on a few champions or pioneers in certain technical services, so we are able to break through and start doing the specialized services. This is going to be a priority for us in the next year, and we should be able to give you tangible progress in the 6th National Content Conference. The other key challenge, of course, we are faced when the oil and gas sector goes down in terms of activities. What happens to the capacity that we have built? And that's why the conversation to externalize this capacity has started, to avoid redundancy during the operations phase. We are in collaboration with different agencies that are responsible, even abroad. For example, in Tanzania, we have started the conversation to ease the movement of Ugandan companies there and work there to register there, and equally them coming here and working here. So that conversation has started, and it's going to be our key priority as government or as PAU. The other key challenge that we still face, of course, is limited appropriate funding. And I call it appropriate. Funding is available, but how appropriate is it? Our companies have cried for affordable and patient capital, which in a way has affected most of them. Even in executing their contracts, I think it has been a problem. You had the minister say, we are going to fast track the development and establishment of the National Content Fund. So we should have a tangible update in the next National Content Conference. Like I said, we have been building capacity, so we are now trying to review the industry baseline survey that we based on to ring fence the 16 services that we have been using. So it's going to be a priority to see if that list should be expanded or something like that. And we are also doing a capacity needs assessment to see how far have we gone and what more do we need to do. I am glad to see our contractor for the capacity needs assessment is in the room, and I'm very sure he will reach out for the details that he requires for that assessment. In conclusion, the opportunities are still here, as I've highlighted, and they are enormous. They are across the value chain, like I said, and they are across borders, but they all require preparation through technical capacity building, but also collaboration and joint ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. For any comments or questions, we are available. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause. Penina Hebwa, Director, Economic and National Content Monitoring. Thank you very much. I think I stand here as testament that she just wasn't putting numbers on the screen. A lot of times when you have presentations, you'll have so many statistics which are thrown at you. 15,000 people trained, opportunities are there. But let me give you an honest, truthful example. I'm a veterinary doctor and I run a marketing and events firm, but for the last 2 years, I have been playing in the oil and gas sector because of the opportunities that Penina highlighted. We've been able to work with organizations like ECOP, like Total, E&P, and there's so many opportunities. Before we started working there, we used to have the exact same mindset. These things are too far away. It's only for those who have money. But the truth is, there are opportunities. In fact, turn to your neighbor and say, while your potential. Turn your neighbor, tell him, while your potential. There's potential. So, the next person who is coming up here is actually not going to tell us about potential. He's going to tell us about something which has been a growing concern. Every time people hear about oil and gas, they're like, no, the environment, challenges, what? No. This particular organization has been in the business of oil and gas for almost 100 years and counting. They have a very ambitious goal that by 2050, they want to have what they call a net zero emission target. That means that what I output versus what I can counterbalance, I must have zero impact on the environment. Very ambitious. They've evolved as a company from fossil fuels. Now they've got renewable energy, all sorts of amazing innovations. It's my pleasure to invite somebody who for the last 2.5 decades has played in the oil and gas space. She's worked in Brunei, she's worked in Kenya, she's worked in the Netherlands, and she's the Deputy General Manager of Total E&P. please welcome Mrs. Mariam Nampera Mboa. Big round of applause.
Thank you for your kind introduction. The Executive Director, Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Mr. Ernest Rubondo, the CEO, the Petroleum Commission of Ghana, Mr. Egbert Faber, the board members and CEO of the Uganda Chamber of Mines, our partners, joint venture partners, SINOC, UNOC, and representatives from ECOP, all our stakeholders here today, our contractors, civil society, and all the organizations we interact with. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the team at Total Energies EP Uganda, the operator of the Tilenga development, Tilenga upstream development, and particularly from our general manager, Mr. Philippe Gruex, who I'm representing today. I would like to start by thanking again the Uganda Chamber of Mines and the Petroleum Authority of Uganda for convening yet another conference where we get an opportunity to share the progress we are making, share information on areas we need to progress, but also animate what we need to do to ensure that the national content strategies that we set out to achieve for the projects in Uganda can be met. At Total Energies, national content is not just an acronym. It is actually, we always say that national content is sustainability. National content makes our projects in Uganda or the projects we are involved in elsewhere in the world sustainable, and I'm proud to say that national content, we have 5 sustainability levers in Total Energies, and national content is part of our sustainability lever number 4, meaning that it is an integral part of all our activities, not just in Uganda, but elsewhere we operate. In Uganda, our commitment, and Penina has done a great job in giving the global picture, has been focused on 4 areas. That is employment and training of Ugandan citizens, using locally obtainable goods and services, capacity building along with technology transfer where gaps exist. And I must say that the conversation we are continuing today is a conversation we are having every quarter and every month about national content. In other words, national content for us at Total Energies is not just one event, and it's a continuation, it's a continuous discussion that we have on national content. I must also add that as part of this conversation, before I go into the specifics, we have specifically set up the Industrial Enhancement Center, which was a result of the baseline survey that we did in 2013. That Industrial Enhancement Center is going to be focused on making sure that it's a one-stop center for all small to medium enterprise Ugandan companies to develop the capacity to participate in the oil and gas sector, not just for the development and operations phase, but to be able to transition the knowledge and skills to other sectors of the Ugandan economy. I'll now turn to Tilenga. Again, conscious that Penina has given us a very good overview of the global picture. For the Tilenga project, where Total is operator, I would like to share the progress we have made in the development phase. The development phase commenced at FID, and at FID, we came up with the Tilenga National Content Program, which we submitted to the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. And I would like to say that as we speak today, we have made significant progress on the employment growth. At the announcement of FID, the Tilenga project employed 3,200 Ugandans. However, that number has grown to 10,200 Ugandans employed by Total Energies EP Uganda, the operator, our Tier 1 contractors for the engineering procurement construction contract, for the enabling infrastructure, the drilling and wells contracts, as well as the shared services. I'm also glad to say that we have registered significant community impact because, again, as part of the Tilenga project, we were very, very conscious of the social license to operate, and we had to make a deliberate effort. The minister called it the positive discrimination or constructive discrimination. We had to be very deliberate about community impact. And I'm proud to say that as of today, 3,500 community members are employed or engaged in the Tilenga project. We've also registered significant strides in upskilling. As you know, the industry was new in Uganda, so we had to take deliberate efforts to make sure that we quickly upskill Ugandans through the training program. And as we speak today, I'm glad that we have spent in the development phase so far close to $10 million on training Ugandans through technical disciplines, health and safety, and the essential soft skills for personal development. I would like to emphasize that the soft skills are so important because one of the things we've encountered on the Tilenga project is the technical delivery is very, very important, but the social engagement has been as important. So we have made sure that our staff and all the people we work with, we collaborate with, have those soft skills to engage the communities, to engage civil society, and make sure that everybody is embarked on the delivery we're trying to make. Then local participation was another key element in the development phase of the Tilenga project. And we have seen in Tilenga a significant growth in the participation of Ugandans. As I speak today, the in-country value, just speaking of Tilenga, that we've created is the equivalent of United States $718 million as at Q3 2024. And we have over 270 Ugandan companies engaged on the Tilenga project. I'll now turn to where we are heading. What are the opportunities that we envisage going forward? In 2022, when we took FID, we awarded the development contracts. We are at the peak of those development contracts, but And we have awarded most of the development contracts for the construction, for the drilling, for the enabling infrastructure, for all the services. However, the construction of the industrial area and other activities is still ongoing. So while the direct opportunities may not be with us, those opportunities are now with our contractors. And I encourage, again, all our stakeholders to keep engaged in the workshops and with the Industrial Enhancement Center to tap into those opportunities that are continuing within the development phase. However, the new frontier, again, as highlighted, lies in field operations. And in field operations, what we mean is once the facilities are installed in Uganda, we will need goods, services to actually care, maintain, and operate those facilities. And for this, we will need specialized support and in mechanical, electrical, instrumentation, site operation services, inspection and production support services. And these ones, we have widely and we continue to communicate them through the Industrial Enhancement Center, which is, again, a one-stop shop. So anybody wishing to play in the space of field operations, we encourage you as TotalEnergies EP Uganda to visit the Industrial Enhancement Center, even if you need to be there every day to understand what is going on. Please do so that you can understand. We also invite you to attend our supplier development workshops. I can also say that for the next phase, the field operations, the services that have been supporting the development phase will continue in areas like logistics, catering, environmental management, security, medical services. However, as I think as highlighted by the ED at the Uganda International Oil and Gas Conference, the scale will be different from the scale we've had during the development phase. The other area we are focusing on is to make sure that Ugandan companies can integrate sustainably into the supply chain for field operations. Again, this we are doing through the Industrial Enhancement Center to make sure that Ugandan companies can position themselves as suppliers, contractors, and service providers. We also encourage, and it's a deliberate effort, that because most of these services for the field operations are so highly specialized, we encourage Ugandan companies to look out for joint ventures so that they can also tap into the specialized services. The fourth area that we are focusing on is training. Since 2022, as TotalEnergies, we've been preparing Ugandans to be able to have the skills to deliver the field operations. When we launched the MOOC, the Massive Online Learning, we were able to embark 13,000 learners because this was online. However, out of those 13,000 learners, we had to select 200. And I'm proud to say that the 200 that we selected are now at the Uganda Petroleum Institute, Kigumba, to be prepared to operate the facilities, which is a good thing. And they will be trained first at Kigumba, but they will also be exposed beyond Uganda in Malaysia to hone their skills to operate the facilities. It's very important that when we are ready for startup, the people who will be operating the plant will be majorly Ugandans. And what is our strategy to maximize Ugandan participations in the operations phase? Again, we will continue the awareness campaign, mainly through the Industrial Enhancement Center and the supply development workshops. We will also be very, very deliberate about fostering the partnerships where I think in the workshop we had on Monday, as on the sidelines of the Uganda International Oil and Gas Conference, we were basically focusing on making sure that Ugandans understand the value of joint ventures. There are things that we can do as Uganda, and those are ring-fenced, but there are areas where we will need to do partnerships. So again, within Total Energies, we are deliberately focused on making sure that Ugandans can actually understand and embark the concept of joint ventures. Again, we have also, in operating the Tilenga project, identified areas of progress. I think Penina touched on some of them, but speaking from a Tilenga perspective, I think personnel development is still very important, and it's in particular areas like HSE. We need to get our safety culture in health and safety. I mean, we have people who understand HSE, but building a culture takes time because this is a new industry. We are also making sure that the technical skills can be enhanced, and as a result, as of today, we have granted 326 scholarships to Ugandans to study STEM courses, and we have also embarked many Ugandans, I think about 118, for graduate training, again in various skills. Then supplier development, as I mentioned, it continues through the Industrial Enhancement Center. So again, like I said, for us, national content is sustainability. It is an integral part, and through the development phase, the operations phase, we have clear areas that we are focusing on. In conclusion, I want to emphasize three things. Preparation is key. The contractors or stakeholders that prepared themselves well for the exploration and appraisal phase, for the development phase, have had the opportunities. It's a long lead game. So we need early preparation. We need all the stakeholders to be embarked in knowing that this is a long lead game, and you need to be prepared. You need to build the capacity in order to participate, not just now, but for the next 25 years or so of the operations, the field operations. As Total Energies EP Uganda, we remain committed in sharing information about available opportunities and supporting the capacity building of Ugandan entities. One of the key legacy points for this project is the participation of Ugandans and the growth of Ugandan companies with skills that can be transferred to other sectors of the economy. I therefore reiterate that Total Energies is committed to delivering the Tilenga project by creating shared prosperity, social, economic progress, sustainable development, environmental protection, and respect for human rights. I therefore call upon all our stakeholders to continue working in close cooperation to achieve our shared ambition of enhanced Ugandan participation and socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Miriam. And one of the things that Miriam has shared that is quite crucial and is the progress in just employment that Total has been able to achieve. She mentioned that at FID, there were about 3,200 people, and as of today, there are over 10,200 people, so let us clap for that. Our next speaker is the Vice President of CNOOC. CNOOC is the largest offshore oil company in China, and it has extended its work here in Uganda. And the Vice President, Mr. Mapeksin, joined SINOC as a Vice President, and his main goal is to ensure sustainable development of oil and gas resources of Kingfisher. So right now, let us welcome Mr. Mapeksin to come. Okay, or his representative.
I am not Mr. Mapeksin. I am Eric Daniel Jumba, Executive Director of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Our JV partners and the executive leaders of the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, and all distinguished guests, I greet you all. I am Eric Jumba. I'm the National Content Manager of SINOC Uganda Limited. I bring you greetings from Mr. Mapeksin, the Vice President of SINOC Uganda Limited. SINOC Uganda Limited is a subsidiary of SINOC International, and we are the operators of the Kingfisher oil field in a joint venture partnership with Total Energies and the Uganda National Oil Company. This morning, or this afternoon, I am humbled to share with you an outstanding journey and the prospects at Kingfisher Oilfield, which is an epitome of innovation, efficiency, sustainability, spurred by SINOC Uganda Limited. I wish to thank the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, for organizing this very important conference. It gives us a chance to highlight what we have done and the achievements that we have coined in developing national participation. It grants us as IOCs an opportunity to interact with the potential sub-tier contractors and share information about upstream projects and from the operator's perspective. So far, I think I'll run through this. I will utilize the 10 minutes that I have sharing with you on the PowerPoint presentation. Just give us highlights on where we have gone so far. At KFDA, or at Kingfisher Oilfield Development, we started our operations officially when FID was announced in February 2022. And so far, the project has progressed steadily to about 83.3% overall. The Kingfisher project is broken down into various packages. We have the construction of the supply base station, the safety camp, the lake water upstrike or intake station, as well as the drilling and the central processing facility and the feeder pipelines that will transport the crude oil from Kingfisher all the way to the Kabale Industrial Park. So, as it is at the moment, all our projects or our packages have already been contracted out to our contractors, and they will share with us some of the opportunities that will come therein later on. But for now, I'll share with you the journey that we have taken on national content development through the pillars of national content, utilization of goods and services by Ugandans, employing and training and skilling Ugandans, capacity building and enterprise development, as well as integration with the community. Sorry, if you can just go back a few slides up. Thank you. Okay, so going back to our surface engineering projects, they are at and that's the development of the supply base station, the permanent camp where our staff will stay during the production phase, as well as the other facilities like infield roads. That has progressed so far, but there's still some work to do. And the drilling packages, so far we have drilled 12 wells out of 21 wells at Kingfisher. Going on from there, we also have on the EPC4, which is the laying of the pipeline from the Kingfisher all the way to Kabale Industry Park. That's also on good progress. And all these projects are being handled they've been handled by obviously expatriates, but Ugandan people that we have trained and employed and assimilated into these projects. They have done most of the work, as you will see. Okay, there have been a lot of Ugandans that have welded together the pipeline that has been laid from Kingfisher all the way to Kabale, as well as in the construction of the central processing facility and the tank storage facility. On the next slide, please. With regards to our employment and capacity development, CNOC has conducted several training initiatives and skilling initiatives, of which over 1,000 Ugandans have been taken up and trained and skilled in the areas that are beneficial or that are required within the oil and gas industry. For instance, we have trained pipe fitters, high integrity corded welders, machine operators, instrument technicians, HGV drivers, scaffolders, and riggers. And all of them have been, they've undergone industrial training, and they've shadowed with our contractors. They've gained a lot of competence, a lot of skills, and a lot of experience on the Kingfisher project. We have also, we have also trained several SMEs to develop their commercial acumen so that they're commercially astute for the oil and gas sector. And most of them we've trained in areas of financial management, areas of supply chain and value chain management, bid management, as well as organizational development and organizational structuring, HSC, and other areas that are very, very key to the industry, to the oil and gas industry. On the community engagement, we have also done, if you can move to the next slide, please. We have also done, sorry, I'll speak about the knowledge transfer first, knowledge transfer and talent development. We have done a lot of work on the knowledge transfer. We have taken in a lot of interns from the universities, especially interns that are leaned towards the petroleum discipline. We have taken them in, trained them, and given them a lot of hands-on experience at the Kingfisher field. As you can see in one of the pictures, I think it's on the bottom left-hand quadrant. We have also sponsored students on the international scholarships for petroleum engineering and other engineering disciplines. Also, we have trained, or we have sponsored the training of Ugandan government officials to ensure that there is effective knowledge transfer to them as well. On the talent exchange programs, we have brought in a lot of the Ugandan staff that with the CNOC and taken them to have hands-on experience at our oil fields in China or other areas where CNOC is operating and has got work going on. We also have secondments from our national oil company, UNOC, as well as we have other mentorship programs in order to develop the knowledge and talent of various employees. On there, we also, what we have enlisted, we're also going through the transferring of an oil rig and moving it to UPIC so that the students that go through the Uganda Petroleum Institute of Kigomba can have a hands-on experience and knowledge as they see with the rig that will be developed and commissioned there. Next slide, please. We have also done quite a lot of work on with the community, especially in the community development. We have conducted studies and found out that an area where we have a lot of project footprint, or a lot of project impact, is in our Kingfisher oilfield area, or the Albertine Graben. So we have conducted initiatives to develop the suppliers or people, especially the farmers, from there, so that they can ably and beneficially develop or produce enough food to supply for the Kingfisher development, as well as our contractors. We have also engaged them and supported education in the areas. We have Best Performers Awards, where we award the best performers at the O-level and A-level certifications, as well as the support of primary schools, and also support the welfare school. And we also have other programs that are coming up to support more education institutions within Uganda. On the economic side of things, out of the KFDA, we have engaged several Ugandan companies, and so far over $290 million has been contracted directly with Ugandan companies, and that's since FID, February 2022. Now, what are the next opportunities that are coming up in Kingfisher? We're looking at mainly 2 years ahead from now. This is just a quick snippet into the opportunities that will be at Kingfisher, but mainly they are to do with asset maintenance and repairs, as well as other aspects, like, for example, if you look on there, you'll see we'll have some civil works, we'll have some maintenance, we'll have some water and oil gas treatment laboratories that will need consumables and supply of other goods and materials. But like I mentioned earlier, most of the work for this development phase, which we are almost drawing towards the last tail end, has been contracted out. So a lot of opportunities are still lying within our contractors, and they'll come on next. They will share with us more opportunities at Kingfisher. We have a booth outside. If you need to know more about the forthcoming opportunities at Kingfisher, please visit our booth and we will give you more information. This is just a quick snippet. There are more and more favorable opportunities for national participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's give him a big round of applause. Well, up next, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce somebody who has worked in the oil sector for quite some time. And a lot of times when you hear oil and gas, you forget that there are people who are involved. And this individual has a big heart for people. Before she took up her role as COO at the Uganda National Oil Company, she worked for ECOP, and she set up, well, a group of individuals who empower women to be able to learn and to mentor others. And sharing of knowledge is something that a lot of people, well, don't do very willingly, unless you pay them, of course. But this one here, it's from the bottom of our heart. Ladies and gentlemen, representing the CEO of UNOC, please welcome the CEO, Ms. Samantha Mwezi Kasami. Big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for that very warm welcome. I'm Samantha Mwezi, the Chief Operating Officer of Uganda's National Oil Company, and I bring you warm regards from our Chief Executive Officer. She's saddened that she couldn't be here, but I'm sure she'll be ably represented. The Executive Director, Mr. Ernest Rubondo of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda, as well as your esteemed colleagues, Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in today's event. Our brothers and sisters from Ghana and Nigeria, thank you for making the trip and participating in our Uganda Oil Week. We've been together for several days now, and it's been a wonderful experience. Our joint venture partners, Total Energies, CNOOC, and ECOP, again, we collaborate together on so many things, so I'm happy to be here with you today again. And the private sector, ably represented by the Uganda Chamber of Mines, my warm welcome to you as well. If someone can put up my presentation, I'll just start by giving you a picture of UNOC at a glance. Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is UNOC, the Uganda National Oil Company, the only national oil company in the country. We are mandated to manage the state's commercial interests in the petroleum sector and to develop in-depth expertise in oil and gas, as well as enter into joint ventures across the petroleum value chain on behalf of the government. So that's our portfolio at a glance, starting with exploration. We were awarded in February 2023 the Kasuban license area, which we're undertaking exploration activities on. It's sized at around 1,285 square kilometers, and we're undertaking exploration activities on that, and it's progressing well. We hold a 15% minority stake in each of Kingfisher and Telenga, where we're a non-operator, but working well together with our joint venture partners, and my able colleagues have already elucidated on how well we're doing on those two projects and how much national content is being achieved. We hold a 15% stake in the East African crude oil pipeline as well, which will be further expanded on later by Mr. Guillaume Dulot, and which is the crude oil pipeline that crosses Uganda and Tanzania and will export our crude from the Telenga and Kingfisher products to Tanga and on to future markets. We're also developing the refinery project, a keystone project, not only for UNOC but for our country. It will have a capacity of 60,000 barrels per day, a products pipeline of 211 kilometers, and we're pleased to report that we received our ESIA certificate earlier this year. We are also developing a macroeconomic project titled the Kabalega Industrial Park, situated in Hoima. It will be a petrol-based industrial park and house a variety of industries. And the park itself at present also houses Pump Station 1 from the ECOP project and is also connected to the refinery and the airport. Moving on to the downstream, we are in charge as well in the downstream. We received our sole importation mandate in 2023, and the maiden vessel of our first petroleum products landed in July 2024 this year. And so we're importing petroleum products as a monopoly on behalf of the country as the national oil company, and we're happy to report that that has been a successful and smooth transition. We are also securing the supply of stock in the country through the expansion of our storage terminals. We have two. The Ginger storage terminal already exists. It's been a core infrastructure since the 1970s, but we're undertaking upgrading activities at that terminal as well to bring it up to standard and to be able to enable us to fulfill our mandate. We're also developing the Kampala storage terminal, which will be a 320 million liter capacity terminal, as well as to fulfill our mandate of securing supply for the country. So that overall portfolio, sorry, if we can just remain on the previous slide, that portfolio as it stands there is across the entire petroleum value chain, upstream, midstream, downstream. We are the only national oil company operating across that entire chain, and that entire portfolio has a projected net revenues of $9 billion US. As the national oil company, our current staffing structure stands at 54%, so we will continue ourselves to be a source of employment for Ugandans as we endeavor to reach the 100% that will support us achieving our mandate across the value chain. Thank you. Next slide, please. So briefly touching on our achievements and current projects, which, because we are in partnership, have already been touched on by some of our partners. We have made significant progress in exercising our mandate across the petroleum value chain, and we have key achievements in all the segments, upstream, midstream, and downstream. In the upstream, the Kingfisher and Tilenga projects are progressing excellently, and first oil is on the horizon. We were also participated in a rigorous process, I think ED won't mind me saying, to obtain the Kasurban license block in 2023, and we are undertaking the approved work program and budget activities, which I hope the authority would also agree are progressing well. In the midstream, we are happy to report the continued progress of the ECOP project, which is a feat because it's an extremely large onshore project being developed in a very globally visible environment across 2 countries with a high degree of sensitivities, not only physically, but politically. And we're also happy to report on continued progress on the refinery. We are carrying out the preliminary work, including the ESIA that was obtained earlier this year. And as our minister earlier explained this week on Tuesday, commercial negotiations are progressing well, and we hope to conclude them this year and begin activities Q1 of 2025. In the downstream, again, we successfully transitioned as the sole importer of petroleum products for the country, and I hope you've seen some difference in your pockets and also at the fuel stations. We've done this in partnership with Vitol Bahrain, and who are also supporting us on the strategic expansion of our storage capacities at the Jinja and Kampala storage terminals. Thank you. Next slide, please. So just tying in our projects, UNOC's projects are implementing Uganda's Vision 2040, which I hope we are all familiar with, as we're all gathered in this room to contribute to our economy. Uganda's Vision 2040 aims to transform our country's socio and economic status, and UNOC's key contributions in this respect, firstly, are around economic growth. Our keystone projects are implementing Uganda's national development goals of job creation and fostering local industries. The refinery alone is projected to add $3.4 billion annually to Uganda's GDP. Kabalega Industrial Park is projected to contribute $4.9 billion annually to Uganda's GDP and create between 32,000 to 35,000 direct and indirect jobs. In terms of the infrastructure development pillar, UNOC is establishing robust midstream and downstream infrastructure through both the ECOP project and the expansion and development of the Jinja and Kampala storage terminals. As we're all aware, infrastructure development is a vital enabler to the ability of our sector to continue to be able to attract investment and sustain its growth. Moving on to energy security, the refinery project is targeting increased energy independence, and the bulk trading operations and storage terminals are securing our country's strategic reserves. For sustainable development, for UNOC, national content is at the heart of all our projects. We execute our projects collaboratively with our environments and project host communities. And as I said earlier this week, sustainability is part of Uganda's national character. Long before it became a buzzword, we live in community, we were raised in community, and we share value with those around us, and we respect ourselves and our environment. Moving on to specific opportunities, I'll start with the upstream. Mariam and my colleague from CNOG as well already touched on Tilenga and Kingfisher, so I'll focus on Kasurban. Kasurban, we obtained the license in 2023, and we have an exploration period of up to 6 years given to us by the authority. The block is at present 100% licensed to UNOC, but we are seeking a strategic joint venture partnership to enable us to develop the block. The opportunities, and quite a few of these, are active procurements, so I think those of you who are looking out maybe have already responded to some of these that you've seen. We have a variety of technical studies, including seismic, basin analysis, petrophysical, and reservoir characterization studies. We have QSA management systems and other HSE programs, waste management, insurance, training and development, legal and commercial advisory, logistics, hospitality, media, and branding. And if we go quickly to the next slide, I'll give you a picture of where we are in the different phases so you can understand the opportunities that they continue to come. So this is the Kasturban project broken up into the exploration phases and then development and up to the start of production. So we're at the nexus of phase 1 and phase 2, where we're still undertaking a variety of technical studies, G&G and other ones, and we're still looking for a joint venture partner. So if you imagine the trajectory that Telenga and Kingfisher have followed, Kasturban will follow the same trajectory with the same access to opportunities as well. Next slide, please. On the midstream, I will leave ECOP to Guillaume, so I'll focus just on the refinery. The refinery, as has earlier been explained, is a $4 billion project, and the products that it will produce include LPG, premium and regular gasoline, jet fuel, diesel, and low sulfur fuel oil. It will also have a 211-kilometer product pipeline, and its capacity stands at 60,000 barrels per day. The opportunities there are enormous, and they'll continue to sustain the sector, I hope. In terms of direct employment, we project at present that the refinery SPV will directly employ 635, and then indirect employment will stand at 5,400 with subcontractors and consultancies around 300. The opportunities there include geotechnical and geophysical activities, fire and gas systems, supply of equipment, equipment fabrication, logistics, civil works, waste management, insurance, commercial and legal advisory, piping, erection, painting, installation services, and the whole breadth of scope that involves construction of such large-scale projects. Kabalega Industrial Park, as I said, is a petro-based industrial park that's been divided into 6 key zones to optimize industrial synergy and development. It's located in Kabale in Hoima district. So the opportunities, and these also include investment opportunities for anyone who's seeking to put up one of these industries or activities within the park. In the heavy industrial zone, this zone will cater to large-scale industries, including petrochemical plants, polymer production, fertilizer complex, bonded warehouses, and this zone will also be a free trade zone. The next zone is the light and downstream industries hub, which will focus on light industries, which we're categorizing as furniture, textiles, automotive parts, and downstream processing, including biofuels and packaging. In the agri zone, we hope to have the agro-based industries and the packaging and processing of fruits, vegetables, dairy, and meat. The business park will house the park's commercial activities, including warehousing, retail, supermarkets, cold storage, and hospitality. We'll also have an estate area and with residential options where we'll have low, high-density housing and also essential services such as health centers, schools, and also a technology campus on site. The administrative zone will house the park administration as well as several government agencies and support services including ICT, security, and emergency services. In the downstream, and that picture there on the right is the maiden vessel Martinez that landed in July of this year. In the downstream, we have the petroleum products importation, otherwise known as bulk trading. So UNOC itself actually commenced bulk trading in March 2020, but it was not well known. But we received the sole importer mandate from His Excellency and his government in 2023, and the first fuel-laden vessel arrived on 3rd July 2024. UNOC's trading operations are aimed at enhancing the country's energy security, generating revenue for UNOC and also the country, and supporting the Kampala Storage Terminal and Ginger Storage Terminal projects, and building UNOC's capacity in trading operations. The opportunities there are enormous. This is a monopoly and it's going to exist for quite a long time, we hope. They include shipping, banking, insurance, clearing, surveying, inspection and testing, logistics, human resources, hospitality. The opportunities here cross not only Uganda, but also cross Kenya. UNOC opened an office in Kenya earlier this year. So those opportunities lie across the two countries. Sticking still with the downstream, as I said, we're undertaking a strategic expansion of the storage terminals, the Ginger Storage Terminal and the Kampala Storage Terminal. The Ginger Storage Terminal was established in the 1970s as a strategic reserve port, and it has 30 million liters storage capacity. As UNOC, we took over management of the terminal in 2017, and this year we received a license for barge transportation from Kisimu to Ginger. So we're not taking expansion of that particular terminal, but we're also developing the Kampala Storage Terminal, which will be a 320 million liter petroleum product storage terminal. It will be developed in Mpigi district as the central hub for storage and distribution of refined products. UNOC itself will have a 51% shareholding in that terminal, and we have already secured the over 300 acres of land required for that development, and we're developing it with Vitol as a development partner. The opportunities for the storage terminal's expansion include construction, civil works, supply of materials and equipment, logistics, insurance, consultancies, catering, human resources, environmental and waste management. All of these procurements and opportunities are active. We're undertaking a variety of studies and activities already on these storage terminals. In conclusion, I hope you're picking from the variety of presentations and remarks shared here today that Uganda's oil and gas sector continues to grow, and it will be further unlocked once we have completed establishing our foundational infrastructure, being the central processing facilities, the export pipeline, the refinery, and the storage terminals. As UNOC, we will continue to support Ugandan companies to access opportunities on our portfolio of projects. Thank you for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the COO of the Uganda National Oil Company, Samantha Mwezi Kasami. Samantha mentioned that whether it is upstream, midstream, or downstream, there are opportunities. And that's one of the key reasons why we're here today, just to keep reminding ourselves that, nope, we're just at the beginning of the rainbow. So there is a pot of gold even here. So let's keep our eyes open and keep our ears to the ground. Speaking about the ground, the next individual that I'm going to invite works for an organization that was set up particularly for one reason. One, to construct a 1,443 kilometer pipeline from a place called Kabale all the way to Tanga. Now, you heard the minister say that it's a once in a lifetime, in fact, the words here, the world's most innovative, technologically smart pipeline, never seen before, here in Uganda. Unbelievable, but true. So this company was set up for that. So the person that we're going to have speak about it, I think when I was doing research on their profile, I got a bit jealous. And the reason why I was jealous is that one of the things I love doing is that I love traveling. So I looked at his profile, and premièrement, il vient de la France. So for you guys who missed French class, that means he has nice shoes. But so he started off his journey. He was worked in France, he's worked in Venezuela, he's worked in Iran, he has worked in Congo, he's worked all over the world. So he brings a wealth of experience, plus the fact also that he's not just a mechanical engineer, but a petrochemical engineer. So ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome the incoming MD of EACOP, the East Africa Crude Oil Pipeline. Please welcome Monsieur Guillaume Dilo. Big round of applause.
MC, you did a fantastic job. So I don't know what is left to present of EACOP. All right. The Executive Director of Petroleum Authority of Uganda, Idi Ernest Rubundo, CEO of Petroleum Commission of Ghana, JV Partners, Total Energies, Mariam, UNOC, Samantha, TPDC and CNOC, Mr. Ma, the board and leadership of the Uganda Chamber of Mining and Petroleum, dear colleagues, and you are a lot today, of the oil and gas industry, ladies and gentlemen. So yes, I'm the incoming MD of EACOP, and I would like first to congratulate EDPAU. This is a fantastic audience and a very nice venue. I'm discovering the city. Very well done. So, as MC introduced, EACOP is a project, but also a purpose-established company. It started by intergovernmental agreement that was between Tanzania and Uganda, Uganda being leader. And we had host government agreement in 2021, and the company was born in 2022. So we are two years old, and from inception, national content has been in EACOP DNA. So, MC introduced, we are going to play a movie to show you EACOP in action. The movie is ready.
In 2006, commercial quantities of oil were confirmed to exist in the Lake Albert Basin in Uganda. The oil companies operating in Uganda, Total Energies, operating the Tilenga project, and CNOC, operating the Kingfisher project, completed exploration and have now advanced into the development phase. Once produced, part of the crude oil will be refined in Uganda to supply the local market, while the remainder will be exported into the international market. This export will be facilitated by the East African Crude Oil Pipeline, EACOP, a 1,443-kilometer-long, thermo-insulated, buried export pipeline that will transport Uganda's crude oil from Kabale, Hoima district, to the port of Tanga in Tanzania. The pipeline route was selected by the government of Uganda as the least cost and most robust. Due to the waxy nature of Uganda's crude oil, the pipeline will be thermo-insulated to maintain the oil temperature at 50 degrees Celsius. The insulation is one of the several technological features that make EACOP the most innovative and smart pipeline system in the world. In Uganda, the EACOP originates at the industrial park in Hoima district, stretching 296 kilometers through 10 districts, with above-ground installations, including 2 pumping stations, intermediate block valves. The Tanzanian section of the pipeline spans 1,147 kilometers across 8 regions and includes 4 pumping stations, 2 pressure reduction stations, intermediate block valves, and 12 main camps and pipe yards. Crude oil transported by the pipeline will be stored at a marine storage terminal before being shipped and sold to other countries. Vessels will be loaded from a dedicated facility located on a 2-kilometer-long jetty extending into the open sea. Additional facilities will be built to support the pipeline's construction, such as the thermal insulation system plant in Sojo, Nzega region, 4 main camps for construction teams, pipe storage yards, and access roads. EACOP fully recognizes its responsibilities both to environment protection and the protection of the people and the communities that will be impacted by the project, especially during the construction phase, and is committed to adhering to the highest environmental standards throughout the project's life cycle. The project is committed to upholding not just the legal requirements in both Uganda and Tanzania, but also to fully comply with the IFC performance standards that set out international best practice in these areas. Comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments, ESIAs, have been conducted and robust mitigation plans have been developed to minimize the project's ecological footprint. ECOP also actively engages with local communities to ensure that their voices are heard and that they benefit directly from this development. The project land has been permanently acquired on behalf of the governments of Uganda and Tanzania and leased to the project for construction and operation. The land acquisition process has been conducted in accordance with national regulatory requirements and international best practices. Compensation, both in kind and in cash, has been provided to affected households, including special safeguards for vulnerable groups. The project has also implemented programs to restore or improve the quality of life and economic security of affected people and communities. The ECOP project is committed to ensuring that all landowners and users living along the pipeline corridor are treated with respect and compensated fairly. The construction of the ECOP pipeline, in combination with the Tilenga and Kingfisher projects, will benefit the economies of Uganda and Tanzania, including tax revenues for the two host governments, job creation, new infrastructure, logistics, skills, and technology transfer. During the construction phase, it is anticipated that the project will provide over 10,000 direct and indirect employment opportunities. The project will also provide training and skilling opportunities, providing valuable experience in advanced construction and engineering fields. ECOP and its Level 1 contractors seek to maximize goods and services provided by companies in both Uganda and Tanzania and will work with its local and national contractors, providing business opportunities for various sectors of the economy involved in pipeline design, construction, operation, and decommissioning, creating a ripple economic effect. Fostering local capacity development, this knowledge transfer will help build a foundation of skilled professionals who can contribute to other industrial projects in the region. The project will also contribute to the enhancement of the central trade corridor between Uganda and Tanzania by developing new infrastructure, logistics, and improving the livelihoods of East Africans, marking a significant step towards unlocking East Africa's potential. The pipeline will be constructed and operated by a pipeline company, East African Crude Oil Pipeline, ECOP Limited, with shareholding from Total Energies, Uganda National Oil Company, Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, and CNOOC.
Thank you very much. I think movie was better than 1,000 words. Nevertheless, I have a couple of slides, if we can switch them. So next one, please. So that's action ongoing, welding in both countries. So we are currently above 83 kilometers welded. It was 80 kilometers 2 days ago, so we are progressing in both countries. If we can go to the next slide, please. So national content is in fact sharing prosperity. And as I mentioned, it's embedded in ECOP DNA since inception. So there are 3 pillars: workforce, so commitment of 7 million man-hours, 6 million have already been achieved, and we believe we'll be far above this 7 million target. Training, we are at 140,000 man-hours spent on training out of 200,000. And goods and services, a target of $105 million. That's a commitment ECOP had, and it was to 75% already achieved. In terms of trainees, so 40 graduates were taken care by the contractor of ECOP, with trainees abroad, China, Singapore, Italy, etc. We managed to get a capacity building initiative by industrial enhancement, using industrial enhancement center. So more than 80 participated. A good initiative has been to train the trainer, so to allow to cascade the effect of training. Several MOU were signed. We have a third one to sign in December with the University of Kabogo. And the last bullet point, you probably saw just arriving today, entering the venue, a truck called ECOP Truck, which has been touring 5 districts last week, and to present what are the coming opportunities for Uganda service companies to assist for the ongoing operations, the project phase, 2 years project phase. Yes, it was presented more to 2,000 people during the week. All right, next slide, please. I will not spend time, but basically, project is 2 years, but we have 25 years of operation where the pipeline will be flowing oil, again from Uganda down to Tanzania. And there are a lot of services that we will be looking at. But before production, there is what is called commissioning, and that's the phase that we are starting to tender. And Mr. Ma, the slides that you presented about the services are basically the same. We'll need nitrogen, we'll need special tools for the commissioning. All right, next slide, please. So that's the pictures of the ECOP Academy, the selected young talents that are going through 2 years of training and will be operating in Uganda and Tanzania. And I received the PAU comment 2 days ago that we need to create East Africa talents. So we will have to get Ugandan going to operate in Tanzania and vice versa. So in conclusion, yes, ECOP is on track. Progress are good in both countries. I would say that ECOP is on track also. You will again see it before leaving the venue. We have 7,000 workers on ground. That's 2,000 in Uganda and 5,000 in Tanzania. So a lot of people. We will reach 10,000 soon. Our pillars are for national content are training, capacity building, and Ugandan services. If you didn't get business for the project, there are still services being looked at. I was thinking of medical also in Uganda. But look at the commissioning and operation. Best way for you to get information, you go to our booth today. It's very well represented. I thank the team for that. We have a good website with all news about tendering. And finally, open every day your favorite newspaper. Any call for tender issued will be published. Thank you very much. And I lost MC.
Thank you very much, and you're welcome to Uganda. I'm going to request that Ms. Penina Ahewa, Ms. Miriam, please, the representative from CNOC, Samantha, and the GM for ECOP, please come and let's take one picture before we transit to the next session. So as they take the photo, I'd like to recognize what an incredible morning into afternoon we've had. The insights, the discussions, and the energy in the room has been nothing but short of inspiring. But I'm sure now that we are ready to take a break. But before we take a break and refuel ourselves, I'd like to let you know what we will be doing next after lunch. So listen to me very, very carefully, because there's a twist after lunch. So before you go, just a quick reminder, we'll be back, but we won't be, we'll have 2 parallel sessions that will be running. One session, which is session 3A in your bulletin, and you have the bulletins at your table using the QR code, or the media team will put up the QR code. So Team 3A
we'll be discussing exploring the strategies in place to strengthen participation of Ugandan enterprises, new pathways for ensuring that the increased development activities translate into tangible benefits for local benefits and communities, local businesses and communities. So Team 3A will stay here. So if you're interested in this session and you can check your programs, please come back to this hall. We'll be coming back at exactly 2:45. So the session will be right here at 2:45. Then session 3B, again, you can check your programs. 3B, which will be on opportunities in construction and drilling services, will be downstairs in Chidepo room. So if you're interested in listening in on that session, please ensure that you go to Chidepo. We'll have some ushers that will also be directing you to exactly where that is. So with that, I'd like to allow you to go and have your lunch. So enjoy your lunch and see you soon. Coupons are being served as you step out, so ensure that
So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second food license round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome. Days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century. Unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
WQS Recruitment Services is the East Africa joint venture between two award-winning workforce solutions companies, Q Sourcing ServTech and WRS. WRS brings 20 years' experience of recruiting internationally. Q Sourcing ServTech Group has been providing recruitment and workforce solutions in East Africa since 2006. The joint venture has created a unique capability that will support the workforce needs of East Africa's energy sector for many years to come. WQS combines international reach with local expertise. Located in Uganda, operations are managed from our HQ in Kampala and supported by a network of offices in Tanzania, Kenya, South Sudan, Rwanda, and Mozambique. WQS supports projects across the energy and mining sectors from pre-feasibility stage through to project execution and operations. Carefully developed service lines mean clients can engage WQS to manage all in-country workforce requirements or assist with individual recruitment needs. Supporting local content and sustainability initiatives is at the forefront of our strategy. A specialist training arm provides internationally accredited training courses in vital trade skills such as welding, electrical, mechanical, pipe fitting, and of course, health and safety. To date, we have trained over 2,500 nationals to internationally recognized standards. Our workforce solutions are designed to meet the needs of the fast-growing labour market, and we can assist with local and international recruitment and contracting, travel and immigration support, HR consultancy and compliance advice, training, compliant payroll services, salary surveys, skills availability studies. WQS's experience, methodology, and customer service provide our clients with the safety, comfort, and support required when operating in the fast-evolving business environment of East Africa. Think WQS for all your workforce needs. An African business with global capabilities.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now, we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanawori.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second full field licensing round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th Annual National Content Conference. Checking the levels and making sure Alex, we need another microphone down here. The second wireless is
number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available, from bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit, from local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
You're all welcome back. You're all welcome back from lunch. Just to remind you, we have two parallel sessions that are going to take place. One session is going to be here, then the other session is going to be Kidepo Hall, which is just downstairs. So if you're using the lift, you'll have to go down to LG, which is lower ground, or you can take the stairs past the reception, and you'll see a signpost, Kidepo Hall, National Content. So the session here is going to be on the strategies in place to strengthen participation of Ugandan enterprises, new pathways for ensuring that the increased development activities translate into tangible benefits for local businesses and communities. The session in Kidepo is going to be on the opportunities in construction and drilling services. So if you're interested in that session, please go down to Kidepo Hall. I'll be stepping out and heading down to Kidepo Hall. If you'd like to go to Kidepo Hall, I could show you where Kidepo is.
Internationally accredited training courses in vital trade skills such as welding, electrical, mechanical, pipe fitting, and of course health and safety. To date, we have trained over 2,500 nationals to internationally recognized standards. Our workforce solutions are designed to meet the needs of the fast-growing labour market, and we can assist with local and international recruitment and contracting, travel and immigration support, HR consultancy and compliance advice, training, compliant payroll services, salary surveys, skills availability studies. WQS's experience, methodology and customer service provide our clients with the safety, comfort and support required when operating in the fast-evolving business environment of East Africa. Think WQS for all your workforce needs, an African business with global capabilities.
In the heart of Uganda, a financial revolution is happening. We were once left out, saving the old-fashioned way, with an unexpected saving spot, keeping it too close for comfort. But now,
we found a better way to save and manage money. Download the Wendy app from Google Play or App Store or dial *229#. With Wendy, your money is safe and you can earn interest daily. Visit your Google Play or App Store or dial *229# to register. Wendy Wanawoli.
The year has begun well, on a good note. They have expressed commitment. All the areas that had been sticking out have now been fixed, and they've all committed to taking the final investment decision.
The oil and gas sector requires preparation in order to be able to participate. So those who intend to participate in the oil and gas sector need to know the opportunities that are coming, but also do the necessary preparation.
In a bid to increase the resource base of the country, my ministry embarked on the second pool field licensing round, which has significantly progressed.
Some of you are service providers, some of you are suppliers of goods. Please take note of all the different subcontractors that these companies are working with so that you can engage with them. Some of them are in the room, others you may engage post the workshop. Understand from them their needs and then be part of that journey.
The first ever National Content Awards.
The awards are only covering the licensees and the Tier 1 contractors. We have used the period of June 2022 to September 2023 to see who has done better than the other.
Thank you all for making this a pleasurable experience. See you at the 5th Annual National Content Conference in 2024.
Our Africa, a continent on the rise, where boundless energy meets a yearning, a need, a hope for more. The energy of its people, the energy of its landscapes, a vast, unique, magnificent potential bursting to propel us forward. Challenges ready to be overcome, days there to be seized through vibrant ingenuity of our brightest minds. We are SLB, part of this continent's story for almost a century, unlocking progress, nurturing talent, building futures, innovating from within. Africa's balancing act is our balancing act. Energy for all with less carbon. Energy for our people so we can thrive. Less carbon so our planet thrives too. Better energy, more energy to power our future. 1.5 billion people with big ambitions and big ideas. We help them flourish with SLB teams in 100 locations across 30 countries. We work alongside partners, customers, and communities. Together, we are driving energy innovation for today, for tomorrow, for Africa, for a balanced planet.
Business is a numbers game, so when growing your business is your number one objective, at KCB Uganda, we've got a number of trade finance solutions. Whether you're looking for local or cross-border trade finance solutions, looking to increase visibility or manage risk, there are a number of trade finance products available. From bid bonds, performance guarantees, advanced payment guarantees, retention money guarantees to payment or supplier guarantees and standby letters of credit. From local purchase order financing, certificate discounting to post-import loans and commodity financing. Enjoy unsecured facilities, competitive rates and multiple repayment options. So, if you're in the agriculture, trade, manufacturing, construction, or energy sectors, with our trade finance solutions, growth is just a conversation away. To speak to any of our advisors, call or WhatsApp us on 0757 378 603 or email us on contactcenterug@ug.kcbbankgroup.com. KCB Bank Uganda, for people, for better.
Welcome back from lunch once again. So this is session 3A. If you were looking to do session 3B, session 3B has already kickstarted and in Kidepo. So with session 3A is going to be about strategies in place to strengthen participation of Ugandan enterprises, new pathways for ensuring that the increased development activities translate into tangible benefits for local businesses and communities. And once again, I'll just alert you that session 3B, which is ongoing in Kidepo, is on opportunities in construction and drilling services. Okay, so to call up discussants for session 3A, I'll start by calling the moderator, and the moderator will call upon the panel members. So allow me to invite Mr. Alex Nyombi, the Director for Development and Production, Petroleum Authority of Uganda. You're welcome.
That empower more women to pursue scientific careers. We held our the first one in East Africa which was held in Uganda a few months ago. And we had over 200 participants from 7 East African countries that were able to come and share knowledge with us. The only requirement of these individuals is to come back to Uganda and impact the communities, or to whichever location they come from, to impact the community over in their host countries. Next slide, please. And that event, by the way, was graced by the minister, representatives from Ministry of Energy and also from the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Faculty for the Future. Now, going back to the theme of this session, the pathways for tangible benefits. At SLB, we look at it in 2 ways: development of local suppliers and then their sustainability. So under partnerships, we have enforced, the collaboration of our existing suppliers to work together to create sustainable synergies. And then you cannot partner, without speaking about the quality of standards of goods and services that you provide to SLB. So under that, we encompass activities such as supply evaluation and selection, quality control and inspection, supplier performance, among others. And we emphasize safety. It's very, very crucial for the project. We recently had a Q3 workshop that addressed safety compliance on the project. How many of you were there? Are you still with me? Are we still together? Okay, all right, okay. So hoping to see the rest of you at the next one. And then lastly, we have the training and development. We train the suppliers on international systems and also safety culture that is best practice across many, many countries. And lastly, we are also committed to using suppliers with sustainable ESG, environment and social governance. And this is at the core of our evaluation criteria. Next slide, please. One of the most important slides for most of you, as I spoke with you during the break time, was the upcoming opportunities. We have 6 categories, as you can see up here, and the estimated contract values run between 100,000 to over $2 million US. And we expect that, to contact maybe some of you in the coming quarters so that you can provide these services to us. The EOI for these services was put out in July this year. Yes, thank you, moderator. It was put out in July this year, and we received over 400 responses. So that was my last slide, and we are bold, we are brilliant, and we are balanced. We are SLB. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll understand, Janice is the only lady on the podium. It was important that she takes her time. But SLB is a very important partner in national content. Normally, like discussed said in the morning, you can't achieve national content by legislation alone. You need willing partners that are intentional on achieving national content. And SLB has been a commendable partner in that. Ladies and gentlemen, next we'll have CPP represented by Mr. Bagatia. Please use 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Okay, 6.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 5th National Content Conference. My name is Matia. I'm coming from CPP, where I'm doing my trade as a national content lead. And I have limited time to take you some of the things we do. CPP, known as China Petroleum Pipeline Engineering Company Limited, we are the main contractors for the construction of the pipeline. All the way from Kabale up to Tanga, 1,443 kilometers. But we also have an extra scope towards CPF in Telenga, which is 96 kilometers. So total we have about 1,538 kilometers altogether of our involvement on this project. But for this conference, we shall concentrate only on the Uganda scope, where we have a total of 392 kilometers. That is a combination of both the Tilenga feeder and also the main export crude oil pipeline. Therefore, as you can see on the screen, that is our main scope in Uganda. In Uganda, we traverse about 10 districts, and along the pipeline, we have other infrastructures that we are going to put up, including main camps, pump stations, and mainline block valves. Therefore, for purposes of national content, this is where we are going to be concentrating. The infrastructures I just talked about include the camps in 6 locations, and that is what you can see on your screen. And I want to inform you that all these now are under construction as we speak. Ugandan companies are already carrying out works ranging from early civil works to civil works and installation of porta cabins, electricals, and also plumbing works. Next slide, please. Now, when it comes to some of the parties that we have so far engaged with, those are some of the parties, and you realize that all these are Ugandan companies. Now, the way the project is structured is that it is not feasible that we will engage with every company. As tier 1 contractors, we have these tier 2 contractors, and we expect that they will also cascade work downwards to tier 3 and tier 4. So for some of the companies that are not here and they have not involved yet with us, you are at liberty, and we encourage you so much to reach out to these companies, because that is the only way how we can all get involved. So you will see that on the Tilenga feeder we have Beta doing the porta cabin installation, electrical works and plumbing. Any parties that are here and they have expertise in those areas, you can comfortably reach out to these companies. We have other companies doing the same scope, and we have tried to debulk the work as much as possible. We have not handed over this work to one big company. We are having several companies involved at different sites so that people get to participate as much as they can than one big lion in the club taking everything. On the pipeline, we have also debulked the work into 8 sections, and we have Fulcrum doing spread 1 up to 3 and also spread 5. Then we have Samka doing spread 6. We have spread 7 and 8 under Mohiki and oil and gas. What we have coming up is spread 7, which is still available for grab. And we also have other work in AGI, water supply bulk materials. We have work for warehouse materials and other areas that are coming up. So you need to keep a close eye on the ground. Always check with the ECOP website for information on upcoming opportunities anytime, any day. In terms of, next slide please, technical team. Now, the camps are coming up and some of them are nearing completion, and very soon we are moving into the camps. The next big thing that is coming up is the catering and camp management opportunities. Already the EOI went out, and we are looking at some submissions by several companies. I was looking at the arithmetics. We have about 2,225 people to be accommodated in these camps. And when we finally sign contracts with these catering and camp management companies, we encourage you, Ugandan companies, to reach out to them and also work with them as tier 3 subcontract to supply food items and also to render some services in the camp management scope. In terms of employment, our total projection is 2,496 people, and out of these, we have so far recruited 1,038 Ugandans, representing about 41%. And as the project progresses, we are recruiting more people to work on the project. All that 1,038 are Ugandan people, and we have about 1,048 people to go. Briefly, that is our involvement. I will hand over to the moderator, and then we'll have a panel discussion on how best we have positioned ourselves and what strategies we have in place to ensure maximum participation by Ugandan entities. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for that precise presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see enormous opportunities here in construction, in HR. CPP has the scope for the entire construction of the ECOP from Kabale to Tanga. So, and they have other staff in there in the audience. If you're a contractor or an intended contractor, please feel free to interact. Next, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to Mr. Gario from ZPEP. You are welcome.
Check. Good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. Hi. All right, so I'm just going to go straight to the point. My name is Elvis Gario, ZPEP, Uganda Company Limited, National Content Representative. I'm going to lean more to the suppliers and a little bit on our individual employment or our individual contractors. ZPEP is a tier 1 contractor for Total Energies, dealing with the drilling services and also well services. I believe that's a brief enough introduction about ZPEP. So since the beginning of the project, please, if we can go to the next, please. Next slide. Thank you. So since the project started, ZPEP has spent over $26 million on procurement of locally obtainable goods and services, engaging over 20 Ugandan supplier companies, some of which are Bemuga, Doman, and Kakimu General Merchandise, which is based in Hoima. We continue to also publish our expression of interest in the mainstream media to expand Ugandan supplier inclusions in the oil and gas sector. We've spent over $36,000 and over 2,000 man hours implementing capacity building and technology transfer by holding quarterly workshops to develop capacity of Ugandans and also implementing the Tilenga Train the Train program, supporting the IEC, the Industry Enhancement Center, to engage and foster economic development. We continue to engage Ugandan suppliers and citizens through implementing different national content initiatives as per our contract guidelines and stipulations. At peak, ZPEP has its ZPEP and its subcontractors. We have employed 473 Ugandans, including those from the local community. And these numbers do not include our rig. It's gone. All right. I guess it's because it's after lunch. Our rig mobilization crew. Yes, these numbers do not include that. So the rig mobilization crew it was about also over 400 Ugandans employed for that specifically. And once it was done, we were back to our stable numbers of 473. So what is our way forward? We continue to increase our value in Uganda, and here are some of the key areas. Continue hosting supplier workshops. These are done quarterly. Enhance and encourage partnerships among our suppliers. Support the IEC and its mandate. Support the SMEs as well, and also support local institutions through donations. In conclusion, we continue to foster inclusion of Ugandan suppliers and citizens through implementing the national content initiatives and commitments as per our contract. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Gario. So that's ZPEP. ZPEP is involved in the drilling of the Tilenga wells. The more than 400 wells that are being drilled in Tilenga, ZPEP supplying the drilling rigs and services like that. Feel free again to engage them, ladies and gentlemen. Now next on stage, I think let's have, from McDermott, let's have Mr. Brian Kwaun.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm called Brian Kwaun. I'm the National Content Lead for McDermott. I'll start with a brief introduction of McDermott. Yeah. So McDermott is an EPSCC with over 32,000 employees worldwide, and we have presence in 54 countries. Yeah. So our scope on the Tilenga project is, first of all, to construct a 4,000-man camp. And then, of course, this camp will house the people who are going to work on the project. Yeah. Next is setting up the operational support base and a temporary support base. Yeah. So as McDermott, our mode of operation is through engaging subcontractors. Yeah. So McDermott and our subcontractors have cumulatively employed 5,073 people, and of these 4,700 are Ugandans. And this translates to about 94%. So we are really keen on employment of Ugandans and giving them an opportunity as well to learn from the experts that we have so that we have a sustainable workforce. When it comes to training of these employees, we've achieved over 292,000 hours of training. And these trainings are both safety, soft skills, and health and safety. Health, safety, and soft skills as well, and technical. Recently, on the site, we achieved 10 million man-hours LTI-free, which is a very, very big feat to achieve in this sector, especially since it's the first time we are having a project of this magnitude. When it comes to procurement of goods and services, we have engaged 26 subcontractors, and we have over 100 suppliers as McDermott alone. Now imagine all these other 26 subcontractors also have companies they're engaging. That is the amount of opportunity that is out there. Yeah. For capacity building, one, we've actively engaged suppliers through supplier workshops. We've participated and organized over 26 of these. We have internship opportunities because this gives the students an opportunity to appreciate the sector. And then we also have graduate trainee programs. That way we give fresh graduates a chance to get hands-on experience and they become employable by other enterprises or even as McDermott. We've so far given about 4 graduate trainees contracts of employment, and I know this number is going to go higher as well. And the same message is what we pass on to our subcontractors. We encourage them as well to, give fresh graduates an opportunity to gain experience in this sector. We've supported the IEC, and actually we're the first, we're the first contractor to have a supplier workshop at the IEC. Then we've also supported enterprises. We've done enterprise development. I'm sure most of you have heard of the PPE project, where we upskilled tailors and some MSMEs, and now they are participating in the sector. I will elaborate on this later on when we have the panel session. We've also trained farmers, 1,500 farmers in Bulisa, because all the 4,000 people in the camp need to eat, and this food has to come from somewhere. Yeah. Then we've also supported education institutions. Like Chirama is supposed to come up in Bulisa. We've donated tailoring equipment. The St. Simon's VTC in Hoima, we've donated to them equipment. There's St. Andrews in Noya, we've donated to them tailoring equipment. And I'm happy to report that they are using this equipment to train more people, and they are also getting work out of it. Yeah? The institute in Hoima has gotten the contract to make PPE for the people that will be building the stadium in Hoima. So you can imagine that opportunity that these people are going to get. So in a nutshell, that is it from McDermott, and I'm looking forward to the panel discussion. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Now, McDermott has been instrumental in national content. There is a venture, a local venture in the region now, what he has been talking about, that actually now manufactures and supplies PPE. Turns out not only to oil and gas, but also to other sectors. So this is commendable, and clearly the efforts are continuing. Now, let's have, last but not least, Mr. Rionga from Sinopec.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. The mic is a bit too low. Yeah, maybe this is better. So, distinguished guests, big players in the oil and gas industry, CNOOC, UNOC, Petroleum Authority of Uganda as the host as usual. Did I forget one? Maybe I did. Remind me. CNOOC, UNOC, Total Energies. Yes, my client, my boss. Everyone is a bit too timid. So we're going to play a small game before I give my short presentation. I won't be displaying anything on the screen, so we have enough time. So I'm going to start with, if I say hands up, you keep your hands down. If I say hands down, you put your hands up. So we're going to go in 3, 2, 1. Hands up. Boss. You are on your phone, Instagram, what? Okay, hands up. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Okay, hands up. So Hans can start his presentation. Yeah, they rhyme, hands, anyway. So my name is Solomon Hans Ruyonga. I am the Public Relations Officer for Sinopec, International Petroleum Service Company, Uganda Limited, very long name, because we have so many subsidiaries, so you have to be very specific. And I'm as well the National Content Coordinator for Sinopec. So in a nutshell, Sinopec is a Tier 1 contractor for Total Energies on the Tilenga project. We have 3 major scopes: pipeline construction that interconnects the well pads. Then we have well pad development, 29 well pads. So far we've maybe done 4, maybe 3, I'm not sure, but yeah. So for pipeline construction, as of September, we are at 54% completion. Then for well pads, we've done 3. Then we have another scope called lake water abstraction. So lake water abstraction, we shall get lake water from Lake Albert that will facilitate the well pads and the CPF that McDermott is handling. Then another scope that I did not talk about is horizontal directional drilling. 3 pipes from Pakwach to Bulisa and the River Nile. So far we have completed 2 successful drills and 2 successful pools. I think that deserves a round of applause. It's the only HDD project so far in Sub-Saharan Africa. And maybe early next year we shall start the drilling of the 3rd hole. So without further ado, let's go to the presentation. So according to our topic, very long topic, but I picked out a few small details. They want us to give the crowd 2 things. How is Sinopec and McDermott strengthening participation in Tilenga, especially national content? Number 2, creating tangible benefits. So I'll start with our employment. So Sinopec is a Chinese company, everyone knows that, but we employ 86% of Ugandans and 58% from the local community, and then 42% from Ugandan districts. So As you all know, we have subcontractors. We have, in total, we have used at least 16 subcontractors, but of course some scopes have since been finished. So right now we have at least 9 of them. And those subcontractors hire at least 360 Ugandans. So that's a big number compared to what Tilenga is all about and where we've reached in the project. Gender equity, gender balance, we have 58 ladies on the project. And surprisingly, the few of them are the ones that work in Kampala offices. All of them are either in the field, manning a truck, or directing traffic, or lifting, as you'll hear from one of our successful stories that will give a testimony later. So that's 58% for ladies. I think ladies should clap their hands, because that's a big percentage. So overall, training and skilling, we have skilled at least 900 Ugandans. And this is in areas of side boom operation, maintenance, documentation, HSC, so many design engineering, coating. That is a very big project for Tilenga, ECOP, and SINOC. Coating a pipeline from Uganda to Tanga. There are how many coating areas in Tanzania right now? First of its kind in Africa. Maybe, okay, East Africa, yeah, I might be exaggerating. But for Tilenga, we are the first people doing it. And we have so far trained at least maybe 40 Ugandan coating engineers from scratch, and they can work unsupervised. So yeah, give that a round of applause. Please, yeah, thank you very much. So overall, we have achieved 21,671 man-hours of training, and at least spent $4 million just on training Ugandans. So that's not, these are small numbers to some people, but these are big numbers in the Ugandan economy. And if it wasn't for monotony, I would tell you to clap, but you'll clap after I finish the presentation. Yes, there's another big section, capacity building. This is where we enhance capacity of people who are not our staff, but either in the community or a school or people who are just trying to learn from us as big players in oil and gas industry. So I'll start with a big major one we have. We have the advanced welder training, which so far has trained 55 welders, but after 55, we pick out the best, and those are now 24, of which 10 got their certifications from the American Welder Society. That was mid this year, and today, 14 more will get those certificates in conjunction with Sunmaker. So in a few hours, maybe a few minutes, you'll see our Sinopec welders here receiving certificates, and that's a very big achievement because we're training them in pipeline welding. Pipeline welding is very sophisticated. The professionals know here, but we're doing our best. It's not easy to have a pipeline welder from scratch. It's 3 years. But our big trainer, Fu Min from China has very many Chinese specialists in welding. But we have the 2 best Chinese welder trainers in Uganda right now. That's a big achievement. So you will see that in a few minutes. The welders will be here and they'll get the certificates. So for internships, we have had at least 12 internships. We have retained 6 of those. 6 have since either joined other utilities or have gone back to study, but it's always a good thing. Then for another section called Trainer of Trainers, UPIC, we went and trained some of the UPIC trainers of welders, and so far we have 4 of those, and they're also training their welding students on all tactics that have been learned from Sinopec. Then we have supported the IEC. I think Mark Damot was the first to have a workshop there. I think we were the 3rd. It was a very successful one, and we keep going there whenever we're called upon to train other subcontractors on how to do things, tendering, HSC documents, preparing documentation for Excel sheets. Those things look simple, but they're very complicated in oil and gas because oil and gas is sophisticated certification, so we have to be on point. So we're doing those trainings at the IEC. Clap for the IEC, please. That's the Total Energies initiative. Yes, I have actually 4 more minutes, so let me summarize. So just as a compliment, for the community, we've done a few donations. We have donated to schools. We have given them scholastic materials. We have built water facilities. In some areas, we've improved the water facilities. We have helped the local council offices with furniture, things like that. We have strategies ahead that will still continue. The project is still on. So whoever hasn't been reached in the local community, wait for us. Just look for a guy with gray hair. You'll know I've come. Unfortunately, I'll be in a helmet, but if I'm not in a helmet, it will be me coming to help you out. So yes, if you're looking for Sinopec and opportunities, we have opportunities in newspapers. Some of you have already put in your tenders. And advertisements have been in newspapers. So if you don't see them in newspapers, please check the social medias of PAU, Total Energies, CNOC, UNOC, every player that we cooperate with here. Because it's all about working together. It's not a cocoon. And I guess that is it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now I can get my round of applause. The real one.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you realize we don't have much time for the questions, but I want each discussant very briefly to give the audience a sneak peek into what you see coming ahead through the remaining phase of construction and then through the operations and maintenance phase. We'll start with you, Janice, in a quarter minute, please. Sorry, I have to switch it on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So you gave me a quarter of a minute, 15 seconds to say what's coming up for the next year and the 2 more years later. Okay, so just quickly, we finished the construction and we are now focusing on ensuring that the staff that we have employed are fully trained, and we are focusing on, quantified knowledge transfer here in Uganda and also abroad. So we're focusing on training staff. We are also focusing on ensuring that our subcontractors in Bulisa, in the area of operation, that they prioritize the national content pillars to ensure it trickles down to the host communities as well. But as far as operations are concerned, we can talk about that after. You gave me only 15 seconds.
Thank you. Yeah, it's not much time. Thank you very much. So then, Mattia, please.
Thank you. Like I said earlier, we are having our camps ready. In the near future, about a quarter of a year, we are expecting to have all camps operating, and we expecting catering to be the main thing running in the short term. But to do with sustainability, we have undertaken training of Ugandans. We have so far trained and taken up a number of welders on our project, and they are working at the AGIs. And we have also sent some 4 Ugandans to China. They are coming next month. They have been there for about 3 months. And we are going to continue with supplier development and also onboarding Uganda as much as we can. We just came back from regional engagement. So we also want to see the community participating, especially when it comes to catering and camp management services.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Supply development initiatives are done by each contractor very regularly. So ladies and gentlemen, you are encouraged, again, if you're a supplier or an intending supplier, to look out for those. Right. So, Mr. Gario, for you?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. I'm going to talk about 2 things. This is to continue holding supplier development workshops and working with the IEC to help our Ugandan suppliers be able to be up to the standard where they can supply fully the things or the equipment needed in the sector. Not only just a few services that are ring-fenced, but spread out altogether. The other point is employing more Ugandans. Yes, looking at the few years to come, yes, we are looking at employing more Ugandans so that we may be able to meet also our contractual target. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Solomon.
Yes, thank you, Moderator Nyombi. We're not reinventing the wheel. Everything pretty much is the same, just that for our scope, we have a few more well pads coming up. So we might need maybe a few more HSEs, a few more quality control engineers. We might need a few more flaggers and machine operators, but that is a constant. We just keep ensuring that we advertise, and most of you look out for the adverts and put in your applications and also help a brother. Then we're also trying to ensure that the communities get to know us more. We have had a few challenges here and there. One section of the project is saying you're overdoing things on the other side and you're ignoring us. So we have a plan in place for that, for the areas north of the Nile, and let them look out for opportunities from Sinopec. And then in the general perspective, the project is still ongoing. We shall continue bettering ourselves as far as opportunities are concerned. And just look out for Sinopec and McDermott and put in your bids, put in your applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And those keep coming out in the press. Please look out for them. Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So for McDermott, next year the works at the CPF are really going to pick up. So there's going to be lots of employment opportunities for welders, scaffolders, electrical installations. So again, just look out in the press for those adverts and apply. Then we plan on doing a construction green card training. This is a worldwide certified course, and we plan to train about 1,000 people, both from McDermott and other subcontractors. So there's a big opportunity there for people to get that certification and be recognized as people who know internationally recognized safety standards. Of course, again, with the works picking up at the CPF, there'll be lots of opportunities for local suppliers to supply cement, steel, whatever is needed for the construction. And we also plan to continue with our quarterly supplier engagements to share more opportunities with the businesses, and also train more Ugandans and give them an opportunity to get hands-on experience in this sector as we prepare for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that national content in the oil and gas sector in Uganda has evolved. 3 years ago, this is not what we were discussing. When you see what we are doing today and what is being done, it gives you hope about the future. So I think, like the executive director was saying in the morning, these opportunities are accessible, they are there, they are available, and to those who are willing to take the step, indeed, you have a very big platform to play on, and the opportunities are fertile. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we had time for. Unfortunately, we shall not have time for any question, but the discussants are around.
Alex, I have some good news for you. All the questions can be answered on Slido. So you can send as many questions you want, but you send them to Slido.
Very good. That's me, after informing me earlier that I can't go 1 minute beyond 4 p.m. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's give a big round of applause to Alex Nyombi. Big round of applause. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Please take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next superstar panel will be showcasing success stories. So, I'd like to call to the front the Director, Human Resource and Administration from Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Please welcome Juliet Mpima. Big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, they said it's an exciting session. I hope you're feeling as excited as I am. The panelists that I have today will be sharing their success stories on how they've implemented national participation and how they've also utilized or used opportunities for externalization. So I want to invite the panelists on stage. From MSL, Mr. Michael Otukene, please join us. From ICS, Mr. Derek Natumanya, Please join us on stage. I hope you're around. From True North, Mr. Abdul Chibuka. From Baker Hughes, Ms. Naomi Acheng. Sinopec, Lekki Walter. From Pearl Engineering, Mr. Tom Mukasa. From CT Medicals, Mr. Jonathan Senabulia. And finally, from Animal Club Events Limited, Mr. Raymond Mugume. Okay, so my panelists are all here. And I'll encourage them to feel free to use the side mics that they have to make it more efficient. So I'll start with
Juliet, just for the benefit of the people at the extension, I'm going to hand them over this microphone so they can stay here.
Thank you. Yes, we'll start with Mr. Otukene from MSL. MSL has been quite integral in facilities management within oil and gas. Please share with us today how you've been able to incorporate other enterprises within your supply chain for goods and services.
Thank you. Am I clear? Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Just for a matter of time, all protocol observed. MSL is is an abbreviation of Mineral Services Limited. It is an ISO certified Ugandan company, 100% Ugandan company. We do provide integrated oil field services, catering-based camp management. We also do human resource management, supply chain management, transport and fleet management. We have cranes and trucks to be hired. So those are the services we offer. So when we say MSL, people understand only on camp management. So we are now beyond that point. Huh? So for this contract that we are in with Total, we are under camp management. For that, we have the slide on. Then under an MSL initiative, what has made us to register success, we have seen that in the gap in the community, that there is shortage of supply, shortage of production in food supply. So we have embarked on training farmers, and then we had to open up a center, a collection center, where we received those products from community. We have the staff full-time. We have a full staff full-time. We receive this product, we clean, we store in a refrigerated container. I wish we would have a slide, but because of time, you are going to see what we do. So for that matter, we have now we are directly training the farmers, uplifting them, building their capacity to supply the product, and the excess we are able to store it as we work to see that our product is achieved. At the moment, from the contract point in 2022, we have spent a total of over $54.5 million. But from the community, mainly those assorted vegetables, the fruits, the grocery, the breweries, the goats, the sheep that we buy from the community, we have spent about $4.5 million, practically on the ground. So, as you were saying, because of matter of time, I wanted to share some, to have shown you the slide, but also on recruitment, we have a total of 434 staffs on contract, three of which are non-Ugandans. We have 212 from other regions of the country, and we have 219 from the community-based areas. So briefly, this is, as you said, we are also looking into the commitment, into the national our commitment in the national content. We are at 90%. So for that matter, is because of time. For now, I beg to stop here. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much. We have a unique panel of companies that normally are involved in either knowledge transfer or working with other enterprises to build capacity. ICS, I'd like you, Mr. Natumanya, to basically share how you have been able to achieve this for local engineering enterprises. We know that the level of international standards are high, but how have you been able to build that capacity for those firms? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliet, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Derek Natumanya, the Chief Operating Officer at ICS Engineering and Environment Limited. So briefly, ICS Engineering and Environment Limited is a Ugandan premium engineering consulting firm that has been in Uganda for quite some time and has previously been known and has been fairly successful in the infrastructure sector. And it's one of those Ugandan companies that took on the call when the oil and gas call came. And around 2017, 2016, ICS Engineering extended its success and what the success stories from the other sectors, and we extended this into the oil and gas sector. Since 2017, ICS Engineering has participated, and I will mention just a few of the projects we've participated in, that we've worked with Total, we've worked with ECOP, we've worked with McDermott, and many other clients in the sector, including Sunok. With ECOP, ICS was able to participate in the initial pre-feasibility studies of the East African crude oil pipeline. It extended to do the support the right of way for the Ugandan section. ICS was involved in the detailed design of the East African crude oil pipeline. You must have heard in the previous speakers that, again, this is one of the, it's using the most complicated technologies in the whole world. And definitely ICS is proud to have been hand in glove with companies that were doing this and are participating at the center of this critical project. Together with Wally in partnership, and at the moment, ICS is working again as the main local partner for ECOP to implement the actual supervision for the EPCM of the East African crude oil pipeline. So in brief, we definitely have been. So we have been involved in all the detail, and just like you've mentioned, to come straight to the question, for each of these many assignments we've done and the many assignments we are doing, we do them in some sorts of joint arrangements, both with international and with local firms. With the international firms, when we form these nature of arrangements, it has been said before that in the oil and gas sector, if you're working with Total and you're a Ugandan business, or you're working with Wally, none of these international firms will lower their standards to match how you work. So you have to up your skills and your standards to make sure you can fit and match these international standards. So ICS, with all these international firms, has been privileged to be exposed to these international standards. And like I mentioned, all these benefits that accrue from participating are now transferred back to the other sectors that we play in. So if you came now to our other primary sector that we've been participating in, because they are the same skill sets. It's just the same engineer. If you have a civil engineer, he's the same engineer that will support the ECOP design, and that same engineer will come back to support the design of a certain highway. So these skills are acquired, and through those joint arrangements and through those partnerships, we are able to obtain both institutional memory and institutional capacity building, and then individual capacity building, to the extent that once the company itself as ISS stays with all this experience and is readily available to transfer this further to the other sectors and to the other phases of the oil and gas product. I mean that the other phases. Lastly, again, ISS is talking of the transfer now to staff. ISS being a Ugandan entity, most of, I think, close to 95% of our staff are Ugandan, except under 5% are usually the quality checks that we handle with our other international partners. So when work comes to ISS, work has come to Ugandans. So typically, any work being done or executed by ISS is being handled by Ugandans, and we believe in all these ways we are improving our both technology transfer, but also the institutional capacity for the company for ISS. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next panelist is more specialized in the area of human resource or talent acquisition. I know that when we speak about HR firms within oil and gas, the name True North has stood out. The name True North has stood out. Mr. Abdul Chibuka, would you like to share with us your take on the skills that are required, or how the skill gap basically that was there, and what strategies have basically been taken to bridge that gap today?
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Juliet. I do appreciate the compliment to True North being associated with talent identification and skills development for the sector. We don't take it lightly. Just to share what is happening in the space of skills, I think the last session we attended was probably a good precursor to this conversation around what is the status of skill sets and what has been attained, and what then our role is. Now, True North is a manpower services company. We do supply both skilled, local and international manpower to the sector. But there are many other companies that play the role that we play as True North. Q-Sourcing, Seoul, HR and Beyond Limits, several companies that play in that space. Now, when you look at, when we're starting out in our exploration, there was a big fear that from a national content participation perspective, in terms of skills, that Uganda would be flooded with foreign nationals to execute all the work. What is turning out is that less than 20%, when you saw the numbers that were shared earlier by the key subcontractors in the industry, it is less than 20% of the people employed so far that are foreign nationals. The reason is because there's been a lot of work around capacity building across the entire sector. Now, one of the second things that has happened, and this is where we played a role, Juliet, as manpower services companies, is we're supporting the key players in the industry to identify rare talent to plug the gaps. Because the law requires that you need to prove that you cannot find a Ugandan before you bring in a foreign national. What we're doing as manpower services companies is to support the players in the search for skills that are transferable to oil and gas. If you look at all companies that are successful in the sector that are Ugandan, they were found doing work in other sectors. I think the ICS story is a very good example. This is similar to individuals. There are many Ugandans who are in manufacturing who have skills that are transferable to oil and gas. There are many Ugandans that are in civil engineering who have transferred to oil and gas across a whole set of sectors. However, in areas where the skills are very, very specialized, many people have been taken to Uganda Petroleum Institute for retraining, especially technicians, and other private initiatives to train Ugandans. And that gap is being plugged. The other thing which is happening, where we're also playing a big role, is basically in guiding Ugandans, young Ugandans, around what sort of training or certification is required for their next level roles. So many of the manpower services companies that are participating in this sector are guiding people on the skills they need to acquire today to participate in the industry. But more importantly, guiding them on coaching around how long it is going to take them to be ready to be deployed. We are likely to find a gap on certain skill sets, especially the frontline technical skills for operating and running oil and gas installations. Because if you look, for example, at there's a CPF being constructed, it has to be managed and operated. We have a pipeline being constructed, it has to be managed and operated. So the next level gap ideally would be in the skill sets around operators in terms of mechanical, electrical, instrumentation engineering. But that gap is being plugged because there's a lot of training happening. So many technicians across those 4 skill sets in engineering have been hired by the big players, by Total Energies and Ditzman and ECOP, and are currently being trained. Likely True North is proud to be associated with that project because we are third-party managers on behalf of Total on the young Ugandans, 200 of them being taken through electrical, instrumentation, mechanical, engineering skill sets to operate the CPF. But we're also out on a hunt. I think people who are close to social media would have seen this week, yesterday, and about 3 weeks ago, we advertised for now about 20 technicians, again to be hired and retrained. So I think the whole fear about national participation and getting a big skill set gap is being addressed by all the players. And I think many people, I don't know whether it is because of regulation or sheer economics, are trying their best to look for Ugandans to retrain. The partners we have that we support, all of them who have come on board, we're associated with Schneider. We do their manpower services and HR advisory. They have hired many Ugandans and taken them to different countries to start gaining experience that they are going to apply for the next phase. So if you're Ugandan and you are looking for what is the skill set I need, for now, stop worrying about skill sets that were required for the development phase. Because many of those people are now available, try and inquire what are the skill sets required for the next phase, which is likely going to be operations and maintenance. And I think this same message also goes to subcontractors. If you are looking for work, begin to think about which work is going to transcend the development phase, which will probably end in the next probably 18 to 24 months, and go now into the operation and maintenance phase. The numbers of people are going to be required in that space, and skill sets at direct employee level and subcontractor will be required. One final point I want to make, Juliet, is that in every labor market, when there are movements in one sector, there's an effect on the other sector. Now, if you notice that there's going to be a big demand for operators in oil and gas, electrical, maintenance, instrumentation, and mechanical, go and look for jobs also in the gaps they are going to leave, because many of them that we're hiring are coming from manufacturing. So it means that there will be vacancies created in Coca-Cola, in Nile breweries, in Uganda breweries, in Hima Cement, of technicians that are being absorbed from there to go and work in oil and gas. That will create another opportunity for people to participate in those sectors. And that is how the domino effect of employment is created. So we shouldn't worry about oil and gas or just focus on oil and gas from an opportunity perspective. We also need to look at how is oil and gas going to impact other employment sectors. And lastly, companies that are in project development like ICS and so on, I think they are going to have a really big advantage when the construction phase closes, because they are going to find people who are field ready, who have been trained to oil and gas standards, and are ready to participate in execution of other projects. So if you are now going to even look beyond Uganda, you can easily get a contract to execute in Kenya and Tanzania because you've got people who are very skilled and are to international standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tom Mukasa from Pearl Engineering. The previous speaker said you're going to find ready talent, basically, for all the future, stages. But we know that civil works within the oil and gas space has been pretty challenging. Please share with us how you've built capacity for technical expertise to be able to participate.
Thank you, the moderator. Yes, our story of Pearl Engineering is quite long. We are one of the earliest players to work with the oil and gas companies. Our story starts in around 2009 during the exploration phase, where we worked with Heritage Oil and Gas in 2009 and 2010. And then we transferred to Tullow Oil in 2011. And then we joined Total Energies in 2012 onwards. So we had the opportunity of interacting with the requirements early on. Yes, just to let you know, I'm a we are from construction. We do basic things everyone does. Okay, we are the Juakalis, but we have been transformed for sure. So we do any other construction like other people, but in oil and gas, the protocols were quite strict, and so we are able to adjust accordingly. So as we moved with them around 2015, we had to start making documentation of our processes in order to realize consistency in our operations. So we adopted the ISO management standards in quality, in safety, and even in environment, and we got certification in 2016. Along the way, we also decided to get support for facilities, for additional plant and equipment from banks like Barclays at that time, Bank of Africa, to improve our capacity. And that also allowed us to become quite medium-sized players in civil engineering works. We were able to undertake even government projects in Ministry of Water and Environment, irrigation schemes, in the Ministry of Works and Transport, doing small bridges. And of course, at that time, the oil and gas sector had gone quiet a bit. But again, we returned in 2019. I remember we had one of our first conferences around here, 2019, and at that time, it was hope more than a reality. And at that time, we had the PAP replacement houses, the first batch, and we had gotten them. So that kept us around the sector. We also tried our best to participate in the tenders for industrial area. And we managed to get some works there for the road access, the access roads. We managed to do some base camps, and they have been sustaining us. And then along the way, we have managed to get some work in ECOP. We've done at least 2 early works for the MCPY PS1 and MCPY1. We are currently doing a camp at MCPY1. So, in a nutshell, we've been lucky, but we've also been persistent and intentional to improve our skills, to train our people, and become more reliable. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll move over to City Medicals. We know that the nature of medical services requirements for oil and gas are unique in its way. You also have a mixed clientele of nationals and expatriates to deal with. So share with us how you have actually maneuvered all this to be able to provide the right level of service and have increased participation of Ugandans.
Thank you so much, Juliet, for this. It's quite interesting when you talk about the oil and gas, more so in the space of the medical field. You can't leave out City Medicals and City Ambulance. But because today's theme is focused on sharing the success stories, allow me just share one or two particular stories. Early in 2008, within the outskirts of Kampala, a very small clinic was set up with a fundamental drive to really make a difference in our communities by treating various people through tropical diseases or any tropical diseases that they have. 17 years or 18 years down the road, that small clinic has evolved from being a small clinic to a national brand that has expanded to 4 different regions in the heart of oil and gas. That's in Masaka, Bulisa, and Hoima. Just to add more spice to it, City Medicals, over time, in the last 18 years, has become one of the very few companies in Africa at large that has managed to have not 1, not 2, but 4 ISO certifications. Not so many companies have managed to even have 1, but an interesting story of a local Ugandan company being able to have 4 different certifications in ISO with the sole purpose of being able to manage to provide the required standard of service in the oil and gas is quite phenomenal. The second story of success is in regards to City Ambulance. In 2012, we started with a very small fleet of ambulances, basically with the sole aim of saving lives to reduce the high number of pre-hospital deaths that we have in the country. More than a decade later, fast forward 2024, City Ambulance has evolved from not only being a national success story of having the largest fleet, second to just the government of Uganda, but we have also expanded to 4 unique locations that are dispatch stations designated solely to serve the oil and gas sector. That is also still in Masaka, Hoima, and Bulisa, where the actual heart of the oil and gas is. But it's not stopping there. City Ambulance, as a 100% owned Ugandan company, has been able to also spread its wings to become a pan-East African country, expanding also in Tanzania, and soon finalizing its office setup in Zanzibar and Malawi as well, by a Ugandan, 100% owned company. I expect a round of applause for such success. Back to the theme, how have we been able to contribute to the national content? 1, it's been a journey. And our kind of field, because we're in the oil and gas, Everyone here must be knowing that oil and gas projects don't happen in the capital cities. The project sites are in the remotest areas of where they are, with very limited access to quality health care. And so City Medicals, in a way, has created a very unique niche of specialized personnel who have gained exposure in understanding the dynamics of operating in the oil and gas, more so in line with remote site medicine. And in such a way, we've created a strong pool of demand of cadres who are now very good and experienced in this particular field. But on top of that, to make it more successful, these are Ugandans who are operating in these areas. They are not coming from anywhere else. For us to be able to achieve this, we've had to partner through joint ventures with some of the best international companies that we have benchmarked that have also been working in the oil and gas. Through this, we've tailored a very unique kind of collaboration where we've seen capacity transfer of skill sets that are unique for the execution of such projects with their complexities, also in line from emergency medicine as well. But it's not only limited to the medical personnel. The management of City Medicals City Ambulance has gone a step further because it's not about the medical personnel who are on the field, but also the team in the background that helps to execute this. Management has sponsored and taken an initiative to take some of its cadres as far as South Africa to gain exposure and knowledge in essential management skills and have an acumen on how to support projects. And this has been all possible through having capitalized in the opportunities that come with the oil and gas, that has managed to have our own Ugandans get the experience and exposure and technical knowledge from the operational side of view, but also to support the teams that work on these projects. But fast forward, when it comes to also supporting the rest of the people within the ecosystem, City Medicals, in compliance with the Petroleum Authority regulations, all the goods, services, both medical and non-medical, that are used in the execution of the project are 80% sourced locally from here, giving a linkage to the same resources that are generated from the oil and gas project or opportunities to be also spread and utilized locally here, giving also fellow Ugandans within the procurement cycle an opportunity to tap indirectly into these opportunities of getting a share of the oil and gas as well. But not only that, we have gone a step further to build capabilities of also the contractors that are working into the same space of the oil and gas. We've done a number of first aid trainings, also building capacity in firefighting as well with the contractors. And these are the same people who are going to manage in case of an event of mass casualty outbreak that gives the contractors capability to be able to handle such cases that arise. But you see, the most fundamental storyline throughout the oil and gas or during the Tilenga period is that recently we celebrated 1 million man-hours of non-interrupted workflow. During the COVID, yes, please, a round of applause. During the COVID period at its peak, there was no interruption of work. And because we have built capacity to manage for just 2023, just to mention, we've managed more than 10,000 cases, and we have not had any single fatality throughout the project execution. And that is also equally a very fundamental success story. So, thank you so much, Juliet.
Thank you very much for sharing your stories with us. Mr. Mugume from Animal Club Events. Not so many events companies have been able to position themselves to work with communities and stakeholders. Please share with us opportunities for local vendors, providers, and how they can collaborate in being able to find tailored solutions and also participate.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Raymond Mugume from Animal Club Events, a local events company based in Hoima. It's not only a national company, but a local company from the community. Now, Animal Club Events used to be any events company going by its work when opportunities in the oil and gas sector presented themselves. Now, what we did first was to legalize and prepare ourselves for these opportunities. That means going legal with everything, being on the NSD, looking out for these tenders and trying to bid and all that. Now, fast forward to reach the level that we are at now, that I would call success. We have gone through 1, strategic partnerships, 2, continuous improvement and commitment to industry standards. Now, the partnerships that we have done as a company that was really small, doing only events, maybe with local government and individuals and other NGOs. But before the oil and gas sector, we had a big market in the Changwali refugee settlement. And our biggest clients were the NGOs that are supporting that way. But today, on our balance sheet, you see that most of the are coming from the oil and gas sector. So the strategic partnerships that we have going on have been with people that have been in the events industry for long. That means they have more capabilities and also equipment that we have been partnering with. For instance, Legends Events here in Kampala. We've been partnering with Corporate Image, also based here in Kampala, and many other individuals and companies that have been in the game for long. Then we've done continuous improvement of our teams. Over the years, we've had 2 of our staff get certified in events management, CIM certified in events management from the Events Academy in the UK. And we are training our teams, the other ones, on various ways to do events in not any setting, but a setting that's a little sophisticated, like oil and gas sector. Now, we've been taking them through health and safety protocols. You know that running an event that in the oil and gas setting is not just about setting up our rig stages, our screens and all this that you see here. It calls for a lot of health and safety precautions. So we've taken our teams through this over and over to see that the event we are doing next is better than the event we are doing previously. And also, we've taken our team through effective stakeholder management. While we are doing these events for our clients in the oil areas, that's Kingfisher and Tilenga, where I've had the opportunities, our teams interact with different people. They're interacting with leaders, sometimes politicians, they're interacting with the local communities. So we take them through trainings to know what to say when, to know what to do when they are out there, because every time we bring out a team to the community to run an event, they are not doing it for Animal Club Events. They are actually representing the client. So that is one thing that we've been doing. And also, we have really, to break through, we have really grown over time. We have kept on growing. If I remember how we were at the FID celebration at Bugungu camp and how we are today, there's a lot that has changed. Both in capacity, in what we have, in what we know, we have learned a lot. We have been changing over time. And this evolution is combined with a number of things. We have managed to get ISO certified. We have 2 ISO certifications. That's in management systems and also occupational health and safety. That we got with support from Total Energies through, we were trained by Sunmaker. And so we got that certification. Those are 2 certifications that we got. So it has been growth and growth and growth. So this foundation has enabled us manage events in critical areas. Like, you know that if you've been to an event in in Kingfisher, Buhuka, you know that it's really tough out there. The weather condition in Buhuka is tough. So it calls for a lot of preparation, a lot of precautions. So this whole growth has helped us be able to be dependable partners in the event field. Now, we understand that the oil and gas sector requires community engagement, stakeholder engagement, and also adherence to environmental, social, and governance principles to thrive. That's ESG. And while going about our operations in the oil and gas sector, running events, we've had to interact with the community a lot. We've been doing mini leagues for Total Energies, that's in Bulisa and Noya, where we have to deal with district local governments, we have to deal with the beneficiaries, we have to deal with sometimes politicians, where everyone has their own expectations. So it's been a ride where we have to, a place where we have to strike the balance, make sure that we present what every side expects and try to remain professional in all kinds of ways. Where we've had the opportunity to consult with the client before they come up with the events that they want to make, we have always put the client's needs first, especially with impact. We find out what does the client want to achieve with this, and what does the community expect. We've seen that in our communities where we stay and where we live actually, people have a lot of expectations from the main contractors in the oil and gas sector. People expect a lot. Even in CSR drives, when you are planning a CSR activity and you want that Animal Club Events runs it, the people already have an expectation. We've seen some of these things happen over time, where you find that a CSR activity is going on and then the people feel that it's not enough, but then we are just event managers that are trying to make an event happen. So whenever we are engaged in planning the event, we try to make sure that we are striking a balance. In dealing with the community, we try to reduce our environmental footprint. We try to make sure that we leave the places where we've worked better than we found them. We try to promote social inclusivity by prioritizing local suppliers and talent. And here, you find that the events that we're doing, for instance, need traditional dancers and all that. We try to make sure that it's the people that are in these areas that we're giving these opportunities to work. In some incidences, you find that an oil company has already maybe supported some groups within. We make sure that these women groups are the ones that are participating in these activities. And also to do with suppliers. Recently, we were doing the Noya mini league for Total Energies, and we were supposed to refurbish some playgrounds. So that means we had to do some welding work. So we realized that Total Energies had supported some people from around the area, including ladies, in training for welding. So these are the exact people that we use to do this work. We use these exact ladies to weld the goalposts that we wanted, of course not compromising safety, quality. Now, on working with such people, we do not only work with them and maybe do what people in Kampala here do, ring fencing the opportunity. We don't do that. What we do is that we find ways of letting these people have direct links to the client, so that if someone just has a shop, how do they get to register the company? Can they do it together as a group and register a company? We try to find out how can they get to the NSD, because these opportunities are always there, but you find that yes, the opportunities are there, but then they do not have a way of getting them directly. So this is what we try to do.
Thank you very much for sharing your success stories and giving tips for those who may be interested in taking the same journey. For the representative from Baker Hughes, would like to hear your story in terms of how you've been able to also share the same opportunities with both nationals as well as host communities. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Acheng Naomi. I am a graduate engineer from Chambogo University. Okay, I'm actually graduating December 13th, but I am currently a mechanical field service engineer with Baker Hughes and Better Projects. Baker Hughes is an EPC company that is, it deals in engineering, it deals in production and construction. It's certified when it comes, under environmental management, occupational health and safety, and then quality management. Baker Hughes, on the other side, is a global energy technology company that is dealing in the oil and gas sector. Well, my journey has been an interesting one. Being a girl in this field is rather interesting and challenging as well, because people will look at you from the word go when you apply for that course and you're entering the university. Because when I applied, I remember my sisters told me, how would you apply for engineering? Okay, at least go for civil, but how would you go for mechanical engineering? And okay, some of them say I'm a bit manly at home. I like handling technical stuff. So I went ahead and applied for it. But before applying for mechanical, I was given Bachelor of Science in Econ. That was in Makerere on government. But the passion still remains there. Like if you want to do something, you just keep going for it. So I applied for mechanical and I was given. And then luckily, I also applied for government loan scheme, and I did the 4 years of mechanical engineering as a loan scheme student. Then, being here right now, after finishing the university, that was last year in November, we had, you either choose to sit home or you start job hunting as early as possible. So I kept on applying for different jobs until someone sent me an advert that CNOC had put out. So I applied for CNOC. I remember I've also ever applied to Petroleum Authority of Uganda. So in that process of looking for those oil and gas related sector companies, I landed on the National Oil and Gas Talent Register, the NOGTR, and that is where I registered, uploaded my CV, and attached every necessary document. And I was lucky. I was called in by Better Projects. I was selected after some time. And yes, that's how I became a mechanical field service engineer. We're actually 5. My colleagues are here with me, some of them. There is Nabasa Immaculate, there's Anderson Miracle, there is Gusaga Latif, and Niwagaba Timothy, who couldn't join us today, but he's here with us in spirit. Anyway, I would like to inspire people out there, especially those in the university, or those who are still having those doubts of, I'm a girl, I just have to do, like you want to sit in offices, you want to do the easy work. I want to tell you that no sector is easy. You may want to go to sit in an office, but even that office may not be as easy as you have visualized it in your mind. So apply and register on the NOGTR. And then, this goes to students. Being mechanical engineers, we normally have industrial training at the end of every year. There are 4 years, but at the end of every year, we normally have industrial training. But I want to encourage you not to only focus on the training that the university is setting for you. Personally, I would go for the industrial training, but I would also have additional training. Let's say that maybe a semester has ended, first semester, I will put my legs out there and I will go and look for something to do. You may not really get paid or something like that, but you're looking for the skill, you need the experience, you need to build that CV. So go and train and seek out for these different opportunities, and then meet people. Don't sit in your corner and hide. I mean, there are people, it's like the way we are here today. Move out. My colleagues, please move out. Interact with different people. Don't stay on that table because the connections are here. And, okay, industrial training, I've been with Roofings. I've been with URI, Uganda Industrial Research Institute. Then I went to Supreme. Okay, I normally call them gigs, but these are gigs that don't really pay. These are gigs that you go for. The payment is the experience and the skill that you're getting. So at Supreme, I was doing assessment of conveyors. Then I was at Isimba. Isimba Hydropower Dam was also that part of that additional training that I had. At Isimba, we were doing HVAC, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. And then I have been to Ngeta Tropical Holdings. Some of you may not know it, but it's there in Lira, where I come from. In conclusion, I just want to encourage people out there, especially the girls, the ladies, please and please go and do the course. It's not that hard. You will pass eventually, but go and do the course. When you go for training, do not sit and fold your hands and start saying things of, I cannot get my hands dirty, I cannot do this, it's a boys' course, it's what? What men can do, women can do. It's a normal saying, but have it in mind. So move out there, get those skills. The jobs are actually there. Keep applying, even if you don't get called in or shortlisted, keep applying until. Thank you for this opportunity.
Okay, thank you. That was our youth representative from Baker Youth. We have one more youth representative from Sinopec. We unfortunately have about just 2 minutes. You can pinch your neighbor, she may be the cause of those 2 minutes, but please share your story with us.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I would like to thank the moderator for this function. I'm very privileged to be here today. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate Total for giving me the training. It was in 2018-2019 when I attended their training at Pakwach District Local Government. As a rigger, they happened to offer for us a course in health and safety. They awarded us International Health and Safety Certification, construction skill certificate, then they trained us on lifting and rigging course. And that is what I'm doing right now at Sinopec International Oil and Gas Company, Uganda. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the management at Sinopec, Uganda, for empowering women in their projects. I would like to assure each and everyone who is here, mostly the ladies, you are really more encouraged to join us out there in the field. It happened in 2023, last year in September, when I was forwarded the advert for Sinopec. They were in need of a rigger. I said, but people are saying that lifting is not for women. Then again, I asked myself, why, if I thought it was not for women? Why did they allow us to do the training? Then I said, no, let me go and apply. After applying, I went through the interview and I was given the opportunity. I'm now 1 year plus in that field. It's not really an easy job. As you know, lifting, you are not supposed to talk, you're just supposed to use sign, giving signal for the crane operator, moving the load where it's supposed to go. And it is really a critical and dangerous job. Most people, they fear it. Then again, other women outside there, they're asking themselves, if you're to do that work and you happen to get pregnant, how will you, won't they chase you from work? It's really very clear. Total, they have organized for us maternity leave. Like when you're 6 months pregnant, they give you that 3 months to go and produce at home. It is paid. So don't be scared. Join us. Then again, Sinopec has really been good in capacity building, empowering the community. They've encouraged very many youth, and they are training very many youth in different departments. We have welding, of which they are going to be awarded the certificates today. They have so far trained more than 100 welding trainees, and they have managed to retain them and given them opportunities. While I'm at Sinopec, I appreciate the management for giving me chance to train with Inspect Africa, that is slinging and banksmen, 2 months ago. I appreciate them for that. I'm again urging them to add more ladies in that field and encourage them. We also ask them to promote us if necessary. So that I want next year when I'm coming here, I don't come as a rigger. I come in another position. I'll be happy to give my testimony next year. I promise. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. I will book you for the next slot next year in a different capacity, and we look forward to hearing that story. Yes. Since I do not see our MC close by, I'll take this opportunity to ask MSL one more question.
Hello? No, you are around, but a moment, please. I wanted to answer one question which I didn't answer properly, that to what extent of the experience that we have would help to build the capacity for others in there. So what I'm saying is that I remember I told you we have 434 staffs, 3 non-Ugandans. We have 2 Chinese chefs who are training in both of the camp, training our Ugandan chefs in the technological transfer. After then we will be able to make the Chinese dishes. We also have 1 Uzungu for the continental whatever. So we are training our staff from local to step to national, to international level. We are also building the capacity of our farmers. We have hired a company called Agri Business Associate, training these farmers on beyond the oil sector only, because we expect what they are going to produce, they can be able to sell, compete at the international market. Finally, or at last, I want you to understand that our success has been also as a result of the national content team from from PAO and Total. That the team we have, they have been very cooperative to us. They guide us left and right. So we have to appreciate them for the effort they are doing for us to develop our country. Thank you. Lastly, I want to recognize the presence of one of our managers, whom if you have a need to supply, Mr. Chetty is here. Is here, you can stand up for recognition. Now that is here, you may need to supply any of those food item, what you can exchange contact with him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Another hand of applause for my panelists. Yeah. Mr. MC, before I hand back to you, I'd like just to encourage our audience today that the stories that have been shared have highlighted aspects of resilience in acquiring internationally recognized certifications, a lot of collaborations, utilizing host communities, and a lot of work towards skills development. Thank you very much, and we really look forward to continuously working with you at the Petroleum Authority. And yeah, it's been a good panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliet. Let's give a round of applause to all of our panelists. Before you go, we've got gift packs. If you can just please don't come down. We'd like to take one good group picture. Camera team, please, on standby. But Juliet, this is from Petroleum Authority of Uganda, and you work there. Can't I have yours, sincerely? It's okay. They say that a cow eats where it's tied, so she's benefiting from being in the system. It's okay. These things will happen. So let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Okay, smile for the cameras. People on the screen, kindly change the screen on the top from Q&A to something else. Team Legacy, if you can switch the screen on top to something different. All right, we shall edit it out. So let's give them a round of applause as they take their seats. So our final panel discussion of the day is going to be talking about the importance of joint ventures. I think you heard quite a number of the panelists today saying that it's important that if you don't have capacity to go it alone, why don't you do it together? So it's my great pleasure to welcome to the stage the managing partner of True Consult. Please welcome Mr. Abdul Chibuka to talk about it. Big round of applause. Abdul, the floor is yours.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I don't know how I ended up talking last. I see a couple of people leaving. But this is an exciting session for those who don't have a lot of traffic to catch. And it's exciting at two levels. The first one is an individual level. The second one is at a business level. And that's the more reason everybody needs to stay back to listen, because collaboration doesn't happen at only one level. Just to quickly reintroduce myself, Abdul Chibuka is my name. I'm the executive director at True North Consult. We're a manpower services company. I have the honor to moderate this session about collaboration and joint ventures. The people I'm going to host to this exciting session are from companies that have set out to collaborate with others to achieve success. And these are the joint venture companies. Allow me to invite Mr. Paul Kavuma, representing the Insurance Consortium. Paul, please give him a round of applause. That one's a very big man. When he introduces himself, you'll know he's a Chief Executive Officer at Jubilee Allianz General Insurance Company. Paul, very welcome. I have also the pleasure to invite my friend Isaac Nsereko, representing DDG. He will tell us who DDG are as a director at DGG. A round of applause for Isaac. I also have the pleasure to invite Mr. Stanley Ndiabahika, representing Luero Industries in collaboration with China HBP. Is Stanley here? Oh, Stanley, welcome, very welcome. This panel is composed of CEOs only. Allow me to invite Ronald Akankwansa, Chief Operating Officer for Case Medical. Ronald, very welcome. Big round of applause to Ronald. We're going to keep this session a bit short. Some people say short and sweet, but I don't want to risk going into tongue twisters. These four gentlemen, it was not my fault that no lady was invited to this session. It doesn't have anything to do with collaboration and ladies. It is just one of those unpleasant coincidences of this sector. It's very male-led. We're going to talk about joint ventures, and the idea here is for people to share experiences from joint venturing or partnering, for that matter. Before I invite these four gentlemen to share their experiences, I just want to highlight a few things for them that I would ask them to really give us insight about. For the audience, when people are going into partnerships, they ask themselves, what sort of partnership do we set up? All of you guys decided to go into joint ventures. It would be interesting to hear, if relevant to you, whether at some point you had a debate internally, whether you want to have an incorporated joint venture, like the one True North has with Orion Engineering. We have a company called Orion and True North JV Limited. For us, we are fully incorporated as a registered company in Uganda. I don't know if any of your companies is fully incorporated as a joint venture, or whether you debated to have a joint venture, which is a partnership, meaning that it is not registered as a legal entity. What sort of considerations did you make in making that decision? Secondly, it would be very interesting to hear from you what really prompted you to say we are going to go joint venture instead of going solo. And maybe in general, across, if there are any serious challenges that you're facing, which people here in the audience can learn from when they are deciding on how to partner. And finally, I need to remind you there's a regulator here in the audience, the Petroleum Authority. So two things: keep your good manners before the regulator, but you might have a few things you want to ask the regulator, which can help in fostering partnerships. And finally, there are big boys here. All the licensees and all the big tier one contractors that you support are here. So if there are things, messages you want to put across to them in terms of challenges you are facing as people in joint ventures, please be able to voice them. To kick us off, I'm going to start with probably what I think might be the biggest joint venture we have here, which is the Insurance Consortium of Uganda, represented by Paul Kavuma. Tell us your story. It would be interesting to know who the partners in this consortium are and the history of this consortium and what you have learned and what we can gain from learning from your experiences. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much, Abu, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor to be here before you to represent the Insurance Consortium for Oil and Gas. And I must put a disclaimer that insurance is more often a very, very boring subject and always degenerates into a debate because the tag, we don't pay claims. So I will take the expertise of my moderator, since we're not going to talk about claims, so at least I'm off the hook on that one. Now, the Insurance Consortium for Oil and Gas is a unique niche that we created as the insurance industry. We're already trading as the Uganda Insurance Association. And it's, we literally refer to ourselves as a club of very respectable 30 members, ladies and gentlemen, and we have to think alike. The penetration of insurance is less than 1%, so it's already uphill for us. So we need to tap into the 99%, you know. So the Consortium for Oil and Gas, just to give you a brief history of how it started, it was conceived in 2008, from the time we got whiff of oil and gas in Uganda. And at that point, all the members of the insurance fraternity knew that the magnitude of the risks in oil and gas cannot be taken on by one single insurance company. So the most honorable thing was to congregate and get together, put our balance sheets together, put our expertise together, and put our staff together so that we can have a common factor, a common, uniting factor, and this is oil and gas. We had all gone through a series of trainings on oil and gas, and I don't know whether it's supposed to scare us, but always there was that claim of oil and gas, and a rig is in the excess of $100 million. So none of us could ideally touch a rig at $100 million. So come 2008, we appointed the services of Total Risk Solutions, a world-renowned oil and gas consultant. I'm sure you're all familiar with them, anybody dealing with oil and gas. And they took us through the structures of what an insurance program for oil and gas would be. And even the governing structures of what sort of consortium that we wanted to set up. So come 2018, we had the official launch of the Insurance Consortium for Oil and Gas. I think it was at the UCMP Oil and Gas Convention. It was such a huge milestone for us as members. Now, the ethos of the consortium are, first of all, to avoid repatriation of premiums from the country. I mean, looking at the contracts for oil and gas, with easily touching $3.5 trillion US dollars, and looking at our aggregated capacity as insurance company, as insurers, our aggregated capacity would only touch $500 million US dollars. So you can imagine in excess of $3 billion would be a risk that we can't cover. And we know that if we are to get together, we avoid unfair competition, because we've seen it. When we're doing the dams, we saw it. I mean, I would pity Sinohydro or Isimba, China Water and Engineering. They had close to about 19 proposals from 19 of us in different sets of English, different sets of figures, so it can be a confusing lot. So what we did is to make sure we get together and present one proposal. So come 2020, that is when we issued the first policy. First policy meaning that we also had a milestone amongst ourselves, whereby that was the first time as a sector we grew in excess of 40% as a sector, because we wrote $21 million. Now, just to take you back a little bit, and Abu mentioned the regulators. You know, with the regulators, you have to put on your best behavior, and I can say we are a very heavily regulated industry. And our regulator, the Insurance Regulatory Authority, took keen interest in us when we were setting up the consortium. First of all, to ensure that none of us was exposed, and secondly, to ensure that we controlled our appetite for risk. Because I could be greedy as an individual company and take as much, knowing that I'm going to garner what we call borrowed capital through the reinsurers to secure that cover. But again, there's that exposure on my net. So the regulator did even give us caps. You could not go beyond a certain level of capacity. However much you had as a company, it was regulated up to a certain level. I'll avoid getting into the technical bits. And also to avoid domineering within the consortium. So everybody had a fair chance to at least have an equitable share of the risks. Now, we were working closely with PAU, and at a certain point, I think we became permanent fixtures in the boardroom of PAU. First of all, to appreciate the National Local Content Law and what its provisions were, and most especially regarding the insurance. And I think I must commend PAU, I must commend our regulator. The synergies that were created then were very, very strong, and we managed to have a breakthrough whereby it was acceptable that we could congregate as an insurance consortium, and we only managed to register it as a partnership. So it is a registered partnership with the URSBS and also recognized under the National Suppliers Database with PAU. So we are able to supply insurance as a consortium. Now, just to wind this up a little bit.
Sorry, just to interrupt you a bit. How many players are in your consortium?
Now, good question. Now, we overall, as an Uganda Insurance Association, we're in excess of 34. That means we have 19 non-life, then the life companies and the microfinance. But specifically for the oil and gas consortium, it is the 19 general insurance service providers, the 19 of us. So you can imagine locking up 19 ladies and gentlemen in a room to speak one language and actually set aside all their competitive, edges, and knowing that I probably have an edge over you on Total, I have an edge over you on McDermott, I have an edge over you on Sinopec, but still try to get together to make sure that at least we have one common.
And you're sharing the pie equally.
And we are sharing the pie equally.
Okay.
That is the most important.
This deserves
thing.
a hand clap.
Yes. So ideally, just to draw your attention to one or two other things, yes, you could ask about the brokers. These IOCs had their own retail brokers. They offered an advisory role, whereby oil and gas is an asset risk in Uganda. None of us has that expertise. So we also got to use the international brokers with their home offices and also Total Risk Solutions to make sure that we put our heads together and cut out the best product for the IOCs. Now, we've been trendsetters in the region. I can say that Tanzania is looking to us as the Kogu of Uganda to also help them set up. We're also looking beyond ourselves, and we've been to Ghana. Ghana has a head start ahead of us of about 10 years. So Ghana's industry has grown close to about 10 years in terms of actual covering of the risks. So we've picked up the lessons from them while benchmarking with them, and we are refining our operating model. So as we are getting past the construction stage, we are also looking to the operational stage, so that by the time we get to that, then we know what to do, and we are better equipped. Now, one of the challenges that I can clearly highlight is,
just before you go to the challenges, Paul.
Yes.
So you said your first cover was in 2020. 2020.
Yes.
What else have you covered since then?
So 2020, we started with the main construction risks, what we call the contractor's oil risk.
Okay.
And then we have what the IOCs call commercial liability, because they are very cautious about any liability attaching to the operations while on site. So we also covered their commercial liability policies, which we call the general liability, and also extra expenses for the operator. Now, we've also got to learn, a few of the oil and gas techniques. The operator's extra expenses is to win back a failed well. So if a well goes down, an operator would actually have to incur extra expenses, what we ideally in a layman's language called consequential loss expenses. So we've actually also extended that cover to make sure that we are covering that as well for the operators. Now, as a consortium as well, we restricted ourselves and we're very specific in terms of what we're going to cover. We considered the construction, that is the main risk, the construction. We considered the commercial liability I've mentioned, and of course the operator's extra expenses. Those are the main covers. And lately, we are also speaking to the IOCs to consider cargo movement, because we know cargo for the oil and gas is also a huge risk. And none of us, as an individual company, can take on that risk. So we are making an addendum to our memorandum as a consortium to ensure that we can also pick that up collectively as an insurance consortium. Now the challenge, and good enough, Abu gave us the leverage to ask the difficult questions, and I know the regulator is still in the house. The IOCs tend to have a bullish approach. It is either take it or leave it. And we know the IOCs also have what we call the captive arrangements. They have their home office insurance setups. And they have this perception that in Africa and this particular part of Africa, we do not have the capacity and technical expertise to cover their risks. But however, world over, insurance is a concept that we spread our risks as much as possible. So even with their own captive arrangements, those captive arrangements are again our own reinsurers that we use. So the game changer for us as insurance is, yes, let's write the $21 million. We're going to retain only 3% of it, and we're going to ship out 97%, because we don't have capacity. But again, we're going to claw back as much commission from the 21 million. Now, that is where the challenge was, because then the IOCs would dictate what sort of commission you're going to get. Ideally, on a placement like that, on an average day, the minimum you can get, the minimum is about 18.5%. But I can say the IOCs, because of the muscle they have and the fact that they were investors, we were bullied into accepting close to about 12%. So we are now attaining maturity as a consortium and waiting for the operational stage. And I can assure you we shall also be very hard bargains, and I'm sure we shall have hand-holding from the regulator, both our own regulator and PAU, to make sure that at least when we start the discussions with the IOCs on the operational risks, we shall be able to garner as much commission, because that commission is what's going to help us to build more capacity as a consortium to retain more premium, more taxes in Uganda, and of course building the capacity of the industry. So in a nutshell, I can say it's been a successful journey with all its pitfalls, but to lay credence to the efficacy of it is that we had to seek external help from a consultant. The regulators did handhold us on either side, PAU and the IRA, and the discipline we kept as members to see that we get rid of ourselves in terms of being competitive but come together, I think is a huge plus for us. And we commend ourselves for that. For the first time, I think insurers were together to make sure that we deliver on a project collectively without cutthroating each other on rates and commissions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. A round of applause for Paul. I think the IOCs have heard. I didn't see them nod, but I know they have heard, so don't worry. And so have the regulators in the room have had the challenges you are facing. I'm just imagining if you went as individual players, if you couldn't get maximum value as a consortium, you would have been eaten alive if you had gone as individual 19 players. I think this is a very good case study for collaboration. And I think I'm going to pass off a challenge to Isaac, who's going to speak next. I was going to ask him, how do you get to cooperate? But if 19 people are cooperating, how about 1D and 1D and 1G? I don't know what DDG means, but you'll tell us. But I think 3 acronyms cannot fail to collaborate. But credit to Isaac, I think DDG is one of the very few purely local JVs that I know. And so they come in with a very unique identity as the only purely local JV that we know. And I think it's a good example. Let us listen to the experience and the history of this collaboration, how you came to set up DGG as a local entity to compete with the likes of AGL and the likes of DHL and other global logistics companies, and what you're achieving and the challenges that you are facing. We know for certain you must succeed because we have a whole lot of 19 entities collaborating and succeeding. Over to you, Isaac. Just know, if you just look, there's an icon. Okay.
Is it on? Yeah, thank you.
No, touch in the middle, it will flash. No, here.
Thank you, Abdul. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Pau, for the opportunity, UNOC, and Uganda Chamber of Commerce. We had sent some slides. I think they would help to summarize the DDG story, so if they would go up. But if the slides are not there, really, DDG is a joint venture, limited liability company registered. It's a joint venture of 4 companies, 3 purely transport companies, DT Logistics, RI Distributors, DAX, and Globetrotters. Was registered around 2020, having realized that the scale of the transport work that the oil industry requires, there was no one who could, none of us could go it alone. As an example, the first job we did, we had to move 240 trips from Mombasa to Kingfisher in 30 days.
Wow.
And on day 31, our liquidated damages would be $100,000 per day. If we were late by a day to deliver that Kingfisher rig, our penalty would be $100,000 per day until we finish.
So if you delayed for a month, it would be $3 million.
We would be wiped out. We wouldn't be here. So that's really the scale. And of course, we were all invested. I think the consortium was built on our individual companies' experience, but more importantly, the aspiration for a safety culture. So although we were all transporters competing for 1 or 2 containers between Kampala and Mombasa, but we could tell that being competitors, who the real serious competitors were. So that realization that we needed to come together, also the knowledge of who was good at what, helped us to form, to approach each other and come together and form DDG. And really, once we started talking, it became clear that all of us were waiting for somebody to move first. So I think a round of applause for our chairman, Mr. David Kasingwire, who's seated over there.
Round of applause.
Okay. Who, as the elder brother, has put us together and really held us together. So I think just a sense of what we have done. So we were the first, we bidded for a couple of serious jobs. Once we came together and we were big, in every sense of the word, 300 trucks, brand new, 50 pieces of lifting equipment, brought together about 400 staff, and a balance sheet of probably, $20, $30 million. We already had the scale, and we're all ISO certified. We could have bidded for each of these jobs individually, but once we had that capacity, now we went for the big jobs. So we bidded for, the most complex, $20, $30, $50 million jobs. And a big thank you to our first client, KOSU, who must be in the room.
A round of applause for KOSU for trusting these local Ugandans.
They trusted us with a rig, which is one of the most modern rigs. And when we looked at the commercial invoice, it read something like $80 million. And we're trusted to move that thing from Mombasa to Kingfisher without losing a nail, without an accident, and in 30 days.
Did you?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to show you the picture of me and Chairman and Harold along the shores of in the Indian Ocean receiving that rig.
Do you have the picture?
Yeah,
we have a video.
We don't have a video.
Can we get help to show the picture?
So me and David and Harold, we flew down to Mombasa, received the vessel, and we were scared, but it was too late. And we started to offload that thing, counting 30 days, and on around day 29, the last piece arrived at Kingfisher.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
And while it was arriving, we were also assembling it. That's why you should have seen this picture. It is the tallest, the most beautiful rig. It lights, especially at night when you go to the escarpment. And I think
if anyone in the production room has the picture, please try and put it up as Isaac continues.
So once we did that, of course, we were energized that we could do it. And we raised an invoice and it got paid, and we had the best New Year's celebration once that job was done. But really, on a serious note, we couldn't have done it individually. We couldn't even have attempted. And so once we did that rig, by the time we finished the rig, we had already had another JV with AGL, with Bolole then. Again, as the English say, if you can't beat them, you join them. So we decided with the Tilenga project, which is the biggest, I think, in the pair, to build the CPF. That tender, we went into a joint venture, unincorporated but registered, with Bolole. And our scope was to do the land transportation. Bolole would do the sea and the customs. That's the other job we are currently doing. We have moved over 2,000 trips between Mombasa and Bulisa.
So the joint venture of DDG has another joint venture
with Bolole,
AGL.
With AGL.
Wow. Round of applause for this. This is another level now of collaboration.
Yeah. And that joint venture is the one that is really breaking the records of safety, of delivery, we are moving cargo between Mombasa and Bulisa in 9 days.
Wow.
And we are moving on average 120 trips a week.
Wow.
We also got the materials management on site. So at any one time, there will be 100 trucks of DDG moving cargo for the last 1 year and a half until the project ends at any one time.
Wow.
Now, DDG was already big, but when we came together with AGL Bolole, we became really a very insurmountable combination. And, I think AGL is in the room. We want to thank them for, again, trusting us with.
Anybody from AGL, put up your hand.
Yeah, AGL is over there.
Round of applause to AGL.
So we are moving everything from Mombasa to Tilenga. And while we were at that, we also had competed for ECOP. So together with AGL, we are moving the PAF pipe from Mwanza to the CPY, CPYs from Mutukula, Sembabule, all the way to Hoima. So this is the picture. Can you see the picture? If you go back to the beginning, so that's a rig.
Can we show the picture on the big screen?
Yeah, that's a rig that I was talking about. 240 trips in 30 days without an accident. And on one
round
Sunday
of applause,
morning,
ladies and gentlemen. You can show the picture in the background as we continue.
And on one Sunday morning, we were called by the Inspector General of Police that time. Because we had to close the road from Mukono, I think, to somewhere in Matuga. Because the pieces that we had on that day were too sensitive and we couldn't share the road with anyone. It's that complicated. So there's no one that could have done that piece of work. And of course, we've gone on to do other interesting pieces of work. And of course, now we've just mobilized for ECOP to move the pipe that is going to build the pipe from Mutukula to Hoima, that close to 300 kilometers of pipe. Again, I think to the point that you asked, did we think about coming together? We had no option, actually. If we wanted to participate, there was no option of staying alone. So the question was how to navigate coming together carefully.
So what are the challenges? I mean, this story sounds too nice. We want to know what happened in the background and all the challenges you face in coming together. There's this fallacy that Africans, not least Ugandans, can't really collaborate because many of the JVs here, as I told you, the one I participate in as True North, we're participating with a foreign partner. Paul here, no disrespect, they are 19, but many of them are backed by international organizations. Very likely the story with Stanley and Ronald, but yours is purely local. So we want to know what happened in the background around the challenges you faced then and what you're facing now.
I think the challenge was to find the people that you could. I mean, there are many transporters who we could have approached, but it was really the selection process. And fortunately, once we started talking, we realized I had known David probably 25 years before in another business. Now we were together, both of us competing. Harold we had known from different places, and Richard Magezi we had worked with. So we're very fortunate in that sense that we found people who were professional, ISO certified, but people we had also known. So we, of course, having known each other, then we started on the work. But I think it's one thing to obviously decide. It's a different thing to stay together. So in the early days, we spent a lot of time, weekends, together, eating, brainstorming, fighting actually, over the name, over the colors, over every little thing. But I think that time together, and also the task we had no choice but to work together. So we got quickly agreed on a lawyer who could provide legal advice. So we got a good law firm. And then I think most importantly, as we spoke, it became abundantly clear who could do what. So the first sort of decision, most important decision was to agree who the chair would be. because, oh boy, he's a difficult, tough man, but a good man. So once we chose our chair, which is David, and then there was no competition for the technical because Harold is the mechanic in the group. He's also the logistician. He knows how to read a BL, packing list, which piece will go on which low bed or the other. So that there was no competition there. And what was left was the sales, which
was the politician.
No, so I was given the commercial role to do the, bids and pricing and all these things, which I had done all my life. So there was a natural fit in terms of skill set and complementarity. And of course, then we got working. The first piece of work was to prepare bids. Oh boy, we slept in boardrooms. That also gave us a chance to gel. And once we won the COSU rig, now we had to spend sleepless nights planning how to move that thing. Execution. So I think coming together was in stages. We are still coming together, I think. We still have to celebrate the rig. Chairman has to take us to Fort Portal. But I think we have had no time to really, have serious fights. We have remained focused on serving our customers, and they are very demanding. To serve Total and McDermott is no piece of cake. You have no time to fight.
Okay. No, that's a round of applause to DDG and Isaac. I think Isaac, this story needs to be recorded. It's a one-on-one on joint venturing. So I don't know if you have any last piece of advice to people listening here. Especially also, I don't know if you can talk about collaboration within the individuals, because it's very easy to listen to the directors and how they come, but how do the people within the entities, how do they get to work together? Because for me, coming from a human resource management perspective, that gives me a lot of curiosity. How do you get people across 4 companies to collaborate to execute work?
So I think it's very important. It's a very important question. I think it's okay for us to gel as directors. It's a different layer when now the cake comes on the table and they see GTL is probably taking a bigger piece or the juicy part. What we really, I think, credit David for is the tone at the top. Because when we came together, we said, almost like what Trump says, DDG first. GTL, RI, DT, those interests are secondary. It's very important that DDG delivers on the promise they've made to our customer. And then after that, the other issues come. So our teams know that their interests are secondary to the overall interest of DDG. And they hear that from the chairman, they hear that from us. So for example, if there is 50 shipments in Mombasa, and we have 100 trucks lined up to take 50. The chairman is very clear. It's a first truck to arrive that gets loaded first. So you cannot complain if the cargo is finished, we remain in the queue until there is another load.
So the rules are clear.
The rules are very clear. There is no, there's no guessing what needs to be done. So now the teams know.
Thank you. Do you have any parting shot? Or
I think the challenge is, let me be careful because our customers are in the room. But the biggest challenge we have is after pricing, it is payments. I mean, we're talking hundreds of trips. Each trip you invest in fuel and mileage, and then you're going to wait 70 days, 80 days before the invoice is paid. I mean, there's a feel that the credit terms need to be respected, almost enforced, because this industry is very heavy CapEx, very heavy OpEx. But I think the customers know and POW knows, and we're really appealing to them. There's also a sense in which the local content with regard to transport is not purely respected. We see quite often cargo moving on Kenyan registered trucks. And we know that the regulator knows. We really expect and hope that the regulator can be more.
Is that your cargo or other people's cargo?
Cargo for other people who won contracts when they had no capacity. So
Oh.
they cheated the system, they undercut us, and now they are disrespecting the rules. This would be really I know it's not very politically correct. The chairman might slap me at the end, but it's not right that we invest in very high standards of quality and safety for all the rules then to be disrespected. But I think the bigger issue we're finding going forward, especially as we pivot towards production, is the talent. And it was very reassuring to see the young engineer here. We really would appeal that, especially with safety, QHS is skill. That skill is not yet there in the numbers that we need. And we really see that as we scale and maybe other opportunities come, the refinery, the storage terminal, those skills are really not in abundance as we would expect.
Thank you, Isaac. I think there's a rapporteur for the conference. The last points are very, very critical to take forward to all the stakeholders participating in the conference. I think the issue of payments is across the board. Let me also use this opportunity to report, but I'm looking at you, not my customers. But your payments is a real issue for all of us as players in the industry. But you mentioned a big point about skill sets that we need to work on and improve, especially looking forward to the next phase of activities that are coming. Very critical. But congratulations. I think DDG, you positioned very well. You've also demystified the saying that, there's an African saying, unfortunately it's in Luganda, that the too many rats cannot dig a hole. I think that's the direct translation.
Yeah.
I don't know the English one, but I think we've now moved to the one of, again, also Luganda one about teeth that are together, the ones that are bite, so continue biting. So, Stanley, first of all, you need to clarify to people who Luwero Industries is. Most people in this audience don't know who owns Luwero Industries, and I don't want to take your thunder. So please start by telling us who Luwero Industries is and who China HBP, before we now go into the detail of your collaboration, so that people even feel more proud, about what you're achieving, but also give us the history of your collaboration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bwana Abudu. I have an idea why you're asking that question, and I've had a number of people asking me about the same question. And a simple message behind that question is, how come Luwero Industries, which is military, is in oil and gas? I know that's what you're driving at. So, in simple terms, Luwero Industries is a subsidiary of the National Enterprise Corporation, and the National Enterprise Corporation is the commercial arm of the the Ministry of Defense. So that is Luwero Industries. Now, Luwero Industries is one of the 8 other subsidiaries, and specifically for Luwero, we are mainly in the military-related aspects of NEC, of the National Enterprise Corporation. Now, for waste management, it comes in as one of the other areas that we do, and it started as a way of understanding that there was a need to participate in other national important areas, and specifically for oil and gas, we realized that the matters of the environment are matters of national security. So we are not in waste management by mistake. We are actually playing our role in as far as security is concerned. Thank you very much. Now, for HBP, which is a Chinese company with whom we are in a joint venture, is a technology company that has been oil and gas for quite a number of years, and that explains why we picked on them to be part of us in the joint venture for the job that we eventually got and were performing under the Kingfisher oil fields, which is waste management, specifically drilling waste management, and the Kingfisher oil fields, which are operated by by SINOC.
Thank you very much. But why did you collaborate with HBP? What capacity were you lacking for you to say, if we are going to participate? It's also an interesting thing. One would have expected that because you are government-owned, you have, the whole army behind you and a lot of capacity, which we knew that straight away you would probably be given a contract on silver platter. But you also realize that for you to compete, you needed a partner. So I want to know more about what capacity gaps you thought you would plug by collaborating with BHP instead of going alone as Luero.
Yeah, thank you very much. The oil and gas industry is a very, very unique industry. Yes, Luero Industries has been in other areas of operation, in the manufacturing, in the very sophisticated operations that would otherwise have enabled us to be able to perform what would be required of under oil and gas. But this was quite different. We have actually been involved in waste management for over 10 years, but that was in the line of hazardous waste, basically industrial waste, and some chemical waste. But when it came to this particular job we were looking for, it was a totally different ballgame. As you probably could be aware, this involves waste that is much of it is oil-based waste. And therefore it required technology that was not first of all available in the country, but we also had not interacted with as the oil industries. And therefore it required us to get a partner that had that experience, that had the skills and the capacity in terms of even technology itself to be able to augment us and be able to perform the contract at the end of the day. But it was not only just in terms of performance of the contract, but right from the time of bid preparations. Because as you realize, especially from my colleagues on the table, the oil and gas bids are not the usual kinds of bids. The amount of work that is involved, the sophistication is not what we are used to as Ugandan companies. And by bringing in a partner that had been in that area, made it much, much, much easier for us to be able to, first of all, win the bid. Secondly, get into the contract negotiations and finally get into contract execution. It is not enough to win the contract, but when it comes to execution, you will discover that now the real job has started. And therefore, that's what we're looking for from these partners.
Thank you very much, Stanley. Any challenges you are facing working with people from across another continent, around maybe different cultures of work and so on, and because it cannot be that easy?
It cannot be easy indeed, but what is very interesting is that the critical element in these joint ventures is one, first of all, reliability. Being trusted, your partner should be able to trust you and to believe in you, and also be able to see that you are adding value, you are bringing value to the table. So once the two of you are able to understand those elements, then you find that the rest of the elements are flowing. Yes, our partners are, for instance, Chinese. Chinese are highly skilled, very, very skilled.
A round of applause for the Chinese.
Very, very skilled, very hardworking. They may have a challenge with the language, and that was the initial challenge, the integration. But very quickly we were able to get along, and we're moving extremely well. I must confess that we've not had any real challenge in as far as we are concerned, the JV is concerned. The only thing I want to highlight for people in the room is that when there is always a temptation, especially at the bidding stage, to try and get into these joint ventures because you want to win the contract. But there are basics that you need to take into consideration, especially you need to determine your scope, to explain your scope very, very well. What are your respective roles once you finally win the contract? Because that's where it really starts. One mention that we faced was we won the contract, we got a contract signed in April, and we had to be ready by December. when my colleague was talking about a penalty of $100,000 per day, ours was $150,000 per day.
Wow.
Because the rig, once the rig was ready and operational, we have to make sure that it cannot stop. So should it stop because of waste management, then we are charging $150,000 per day. And I'm happy to report that we have now, as you saw from the previous presenters, we've now had 12 wells drilled, and we have managed the waste for all those wells with no single incident.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Luero Industries.
Zero incident, and yet we're operating in a very dangerously sensitive environment. First of all, close to the lake. Secondly, we are actually operating right from the well side because we are dealing with pre-treatment operations at the well side. And the drilling company is also a Chinese company, which is Koso. And we have integrated with them at that level. But we've also integrated with the CNOC and integrated with our own partners, the HBP. So to be able to have run that entire operation, including transportation and treatment with zero incident, is a remarkable achievement. So I must confess, we've not had problems, apart from the usual, the finances, but that's, again, the beauty when you choose a partner that has capacity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stanley. Just one cheeky question out of curiosity. Do you have people on the rig site, Ugandans? Are they UPDF or they're ordinary Ugandans?
In operation, we have about 160 employees, and most of these are technical engineers and at different levels. But these are trained professionals. 99.9% are non-UPDF. They are just engineers, and we have 90% Ugandans. Our Chinese counterparts are only 10%, and we are now looking at a different level. Probably in another 3 years, we can run the operation ourselves. But the beauty with these kinds of things, when you get a proper joint venture partner, then you don't only look at the contract you are managing, you look even beyond that. Because once you build that confidence and you have integrated, then you should look at much bigger opportunities, including drilling operations, for instance.
Thank you very much, Stanley. A round of applause to Luero Industries. I think one final request. I think at some point you'll need to showcase Luero Industries to us as the public, so that we get to know. It's a very interesting success story. I need to move to Ronald. We did listen earlier on to City Ambulance and the work they're doing, but they are going solo in the medical space. You have a partnership. Most people don't know who your partners are. But again, I did have an opportunity to participate in the early phase of this industry during exploration. All emergency medical support and in-field medical support was done by South African companies when I was at Tullow Oil back then. Right now we have You Good People and City Ambulance and other locals. So tell us who your partners are and then what prompted you to set up the partnership and whatever opportunities and challenges or capacity you've managed to build because of the partnership.
Okay, thank you, moderator. So basically,
I don't know if you people can hear you very well. Try and raise your voice a little bit.
So I'm from Case Hospital. Case has a joint venture with United Health Global. And we are the ones...
Sorry, who are your joint venturers?
United Health Global.
Which one?
United Healthcare Global.
United?
Healthcare Global.
United Healthcare Group. Your partners. Okay.
So, briefly about Case Hospital, it is the biggest locally owned hospital, privately owned. It has been in existence for the last 29 years, making 30 next year. The vision of the founder was mainly to ensure that the Ugandans and everyone in the country is able to access medical services within the country. And has built over the years to the level of 120 bed capacity, and to a level that it has set up satellite clinics so that the main hospital can mainly focus on specialty services. So we got a bid and we submitted our bid. We realized that some of the conditions required in the bid document required partners that can enhance it to ensure that we give the best service as far as medical care is concerned. Because whatever companies that are in the project, you can only deliver if health-wise you're okay. So, given that we had a background of providing medical services with experienced personnel, we had to contact United Healthcare Global, which had some added advantages that was required in this contract. And one of it was the air evacuation. UHCG has worked in over 50 countries with that added advantage, which we couldn't manage. And as my colleague Kavuma said, on the insurance side, the professional indemnity there is huge, can cover up to the tune of even 3 billion, 4 billion. So UHCG had the other side of providing private insurance, and that's why we managed to partner with them and submitted our bid and won the contract.
Okay, any challenges you are facing from the partnership, or everything is hunky-dory for you?
So basically there has been good achievements in this partnership. And one of it is the knowledge transfer. So you find that we have one of the good ICU in the country, but there is latest technology, there are new standards as far as managing it is concerned. So HCG is able to do the training and expertise to both the people on site, but also our team, so that the knowledge gap is strengthened. We have also had the advantage that in terms of the global recognition and entry into new markets. Now, with that partnership, it has helped us to know that even major clients like United Nations, Cigna, because of that partnership, it has helped us to go in that direction and get more of our client base. We also had the challenge whereby in the country, you find that if it is a machine, you have to go to GE, to go to Siemens, and there are middlemen there. So with the UHCG partnership, we have been able to find that they can reach to the supplier direct, so that we are able to get some machines at an affordable cost compared to when you go through this side. One major challenge came in the initial stages of execution, and it was delay in decision making. So given that it is a partnership, the decision you take have to be agreed as a joint venture. So it kind of affected us, but as time moved on, we were able to resolve it. And the other was mainly regulatory challenges, because we are in a joint ventures too, but the regulation in the UK is different from our current regulation, both from the Uganda Medical Council, Atomic Energy Council, and the rest. So harmonizing the two was a bit a challenge, but finally we managed to handle them. But those were the major two.
Interesting challenges, actually. The last one is a very unique one around harmonizing legislation, especially in professional practices. I don't know how lawyers do it and medical professionals in very closely regulated industry. I guess, Paul, you also face a bit of that in insurance. I think this is a very interesting subject that probably requires a very, very special class. My company is participating in a joint venture, but I've had to learn so many things from these four good gentlemen. But I think one big takeaway for me is that all of them are saying you must define the value you are going to bring to the joint venture before you go into competing. The other thing I also pick out, which is very important, many Ugandans have said, I cannot find entry into oil and gas. It looks like a closed door, but if you look at Case Medical, 29 years, they had to look for a partner. Luelo Industries, owned by a government, manufacturing very sophisticated equipment for the army, had to look for a partner. DDG, with all the experience in logistics combined, are now partnering with. They have entered another level of a joint venture. These are 19 companies getting together. It all appears that it is difficult to have capacity to execute, and we all have to make a decision whether we want to be part of a very big thing or play individually and try to be big. I think everybody has to make a decision. But I think these four gentlemen have given us very good insights into, one, how to collaborate. In my view, I think you've really helped us to demystify the idea that we cannot partner as Ugandans or as, for that matter, Africans. But very importantly, I think our customers, the licensees and the big contractors have heard where the challenges are, and the regulators in the room, and the Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, which I also represent, has heard. I think there's an opportunity for further engagement and sharing lessons learned around collaboration as we prepare for the next phase of the industry, which will be operations and maintenance, and the next big infrastructure projects that are coming up. Thank you very much, Paul. Thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you very much, Stanley. Thank you very much, Ronald, for giving us very good insights. A round of applause from the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to this panel. I'm going to request that you just rise and we take a group picture. And as it said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so we've really heard the importance of partnership in this discussion. Now, all day we've heard about opportunities as well. That's opportunities within the oil and gas sector, and these cut across the upstream, the midstream, and the downstream. The next session that we're going into is the graduation of welders who had undertaken the Advanced Welders Training Program with Sinopec. We are drawing close to an end, so I'm going to ask that you gear up your energy, because we are now going into a graduation ceremony. So Sinopec is a Tier 1 contractor in charge of well pad development for Tilenga, development of interconnecting pipeline to the CPF for Tilenga as well, and they'll also be undertaking lake water abstraction and horizontal directional drilling. If you are like me, maybe you're an economist or any other discipline and you don't understand, in a nutshell, all these things need drilling, or all these things need pipes. So Sinopec has gone ahead and developed the Advanced Welders Training Program to enable Ugandans be employed within the sector in this particular area. So allow me to invite Mr. Solomon Hans Ruyonga, the Senior PR and National Content Coordinator with Sinopec, to tell us more about the program. And he's also going to tell us the future of the graduates from the program. Once Hans has told us about the program, we'll wait then to get into the graduation ceremony, which will be presided over by Ms. Catherine Poran, the CEO of Stanbic Business Incubator. You're welcome, Hans.
Thank you very much, Madam MC, for a good job well done. We shall not take much of your time. It is 10 minutes past 6. I know everyone is tired, but this is very crucial to us as Sinopec, and as well to the industry and to our national content globally. So without further ado, I will just explain a few things about the program, but Daniel Emodu will give the technicalities. Daniel Emodu is a Ugandan, Chinese speaking, and he has been with these welders for the past 2 years. Remember, we hired 2 Chinese welder masters to teach them through their programs, and he had to help and translate while these welders were being taken through the advanced welder training. So that is all from me. Daniel, please come and give us the full details of why your program started, where it's going, why pipeline welding training is very important, and why it's such a technical special thing to Sinopec and Tilenga and all other oil projects in Uganda. So Daniel Emodu, please.
Thank you very much, Solomon. All protocol observed. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welding training has been a major part of, not just major actually, the main part of our skilling initiatives. As you know, we have had a lot of stakeholders, a lot of supporters in this initiative, starting out with, from back in the days, UNOC, CNOC, Total, E&P have all participated in welder trainings in the past. And how Sinopec comes into this program is Sinopec is the construction contractor for the pipeline and also other scopes. And for pipe welding, we need a specialized welding that is going to be able to ensure longevity of the pipeline and longevity especially with the environment concerns around the project. We do not want a pipeline to be leaking out in the national park or something of that sort. So it goes back to the technicality and the skill of the welders who are performing the welds. And as you know, from the previous welding programs, we were able to craft out internal welding programs in Sinopec to be able to upgrade the skill of the welders, starting out with an apprenticeship that took welders who were previously trained by the various stakeholders and engaged them in a full-scale training to further uplift their technical skills. And with these programs, we were able to derive the requirement, what is needed to upgrade the skills of the welders. And one of the things is an intensive training in the environment that the operations are taking place in. An environment like on the pipeline or an environment in the project where these activities are going to take place. It is very supportive to have that previous experience, but even an extra step further to have more support within the environment. And with this, we were able to craft the specialized training, the advanced welder training that we started off with last year in November with 10 trainees. The 10 trainees were trained by the same training masters who trained the welders that were performing on the pipeline at that time. For that first cohort, we had 10 welders. 10 welders, they went through an intensive training for 6 months. They completed their training in July, earlier this year. All of them succeeded. They were awarded AWS. They were awarded AWS certifications at the IEC. And from that group, 6 were retained and are now working with Sinopec. One of them is working as an assistant trainer at UPIC, and 3 of them have been given job placements with CPP. And with that success, we were able to move on and craft the second training. And this time, we had 14 welders involved. The 14 welders, being the second time to do the training, we were able to refine many of the things. Like, you know, we're doing 5G training, but when you look at 5G, we're looking at about 4 different positions in one. So instead of looking at them individually like we did in the past, we rounded it all up in one so that it can reduce the training time and still maintain the effectiveness of the training. And so with this time, we were able to reduce the training time, maintain the effectiveness of the training, and further, even train Ugandans who will train future cohorts. Like previously, we had to get trainers from China to come and train the Ugandans here, but we were able to also train 2 Ugandans, a lady and a gentleman, who will now be able to train the future cohorts. And all of these trainees that we are taking onto these programs, we give priority to the host districts. And you'll find we have 70% for the participants in these trainings are from the host districts. That is Pakwach, Bulisa, and the other surrounding districts that are hosting us in the projects. So with this second cohort, today we are here to celebrate them. We have all of the 14 of the trainees right here with us. You'll be seeing them later. I think you've been seeing them also moving around with the reflector jackets. Those are trainees who have been successful in the training, and we are here to celebrate them and to give encouragement onto other people who are out there who previously thought that it would be something impossible to achieve or something far beyond reach, that it is something that we are actually making strides towards, and we are able to close that gap day after day. I would like to give special thanks to the various partners who have assisted us in this training, especially the TEPU National Content Team. Rosette and Peter, you guys have really been so supportive. And to conclude, we are celebrating these welders today, but as you know, this is not the only skill set that we need in the oil and gas industry. It has been the most dominant one and the one that has overshadowed all the rest due to the big scope involved. But as you saw earlier on, we also have other training programs that are ongoing, like the rigger, banksman training. You saw Lucky earlier on giving her testimonial. And besides that, we also have many, many others that you will come to discover from our teams as they present them to you. With that, I would like to wind up. I know it's been a long evening. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for giving us this platform to showcase the national content achievement and to support and introduce the different opportunities to the different interested parties, the companies, the individuals, the trainees, the graduates. Thank you very much to the PAU and to all the other stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel Amodu. Very fluent French speaker, that one, very humble, very hardworking. Sometimes you never know whether he actually signs the same timesheet as we do. Because 2 a.m. he's awake, 3 a.m. he's awake, 4 p.m. he's awake. I don't know how he does it, but I guess that's why you see the fruits. The fruits are there. So without further ado, I will invite the Director, National Content, Madame Pedina, to come and give maybe congratulations or something, and then she will later invite a very special guest who will hand over their certificates to our 14 exciting welder trainees. Keep in mind, there are 6 gentlemen and 6 ladies. So, Madame Penina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to all of you who are still around. We don't take it for granted for waiting till now. Just to say a few things before I invite our special guest who is going to graduate our candidates. I want to thank Sinopec. I must say it's one thing to agree on the national content commitments like training, and it's another to have them fulfilled. So this is part of their national content commitment, but I think they've even gone beyond what they committed to do in that contract. So we want to congratulate them and to thank them. In addition to the welders, they have been training design engineers, Ugandans, and I think these are 9 of them. All of them have been to China. I think 6 of them are back and they are on site, and I'm told the 3 of them are back in China. So this is in addition to the welder training they are undertaking. So we want to thank you very much as Sinopec, and of course your client, Total Energies, that ensures that you deliver what you committed to do. So without taking more time, I want to invite our special guest, Ms. Catherine Poran. Ms. Catherine Poran is the CEO of the Stanbic Business Incubator. The Stanbic Business Incubator is a big, great, long-time partner of the industry. Before we had any business incubator in the country for oil and gas, they came in, filled the gap, and they trained. They undertook the initial SME training, and that's why we have some of the results we are proud to present here. So we want to recognize them and to thank them. We are still partners. The Industry Enhancement Center is just to complement what they have been doing. And I also want to invite Mr. Dai. Sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrongly. Mr. Dai is the man behind these training plans and the execution of those training plans. He's the interface manager and national content and permitting in charge at Sinopec. So, I don't know. I think I hand over to you to read out the names and then, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Penina. You've stayed so long just for this special moment. We don't take this for granted, so I'm not going to waste any time. I read your name, you come over, get the certificate, people clap for you, maybe you pose for a picture, who knows, they know better. Then we shall make a line after getting our certificates, take a group photo, and PAU will also hand over a token of appreciation afterwards. So the first recipient of the first certificate today will be Murunji Benjamin. Please, Murunji, walk very fast because we don't have time. DJ, some music maybe, I don't know. Thank you. Yes, that's Murunji Benjamin on his path to pipeline welding. This is his first step. So Murunji, you just move to the other side as we wait for Alinda Donata, Christine. Yes, very majestic, you can see. These are not some regular people, these are people pursuing pipeline welding. Round of applause, round of applause. Yes, as we do that, let's wait. Abitegeka Christine. Abitegeka Christine, please find your way to the stage. Someone help them clear their path, maybe Daniel, so they don't meander like a maze. Yes, that is Abitegeka Christine. Yes, Asimwe Benjamin Owen, please make yourself to the stage. Yes, as Asimwe Benjamin comes, Elijah Aryong. Yes, that's Elijah for you. As Elijah gets his certificate, we have Kawa Colleen. Kawa Colleen, congratulations. Or Chama Jamaica, very cool name. Chama Jamaica makes his way to the stage. Always in PPE, heavy shoes, heavy helmets. Yes, Baguma Robert. As Baguma Robert makes his way to the stage, Amia Jolish. Kabasobi Christine. We have at least 3 Christines on the project. Must be a lucky name. Congratulations to you. Agendampora Howard. Congratulations to you as you walk up to the stage to pick your certificate. Well done. Behuereze Deogracious. Congratulations. Mujuni Edward. Congratulations, Edward. And then last but not least, Magembe Arnold Lawrence. Please give them a round of applause. These gentlemen and ladies work so hard. And ladies and gentlemen, that is your team on their first journey to pipeline welding. Remember, when they get these certificates, they can continue to train until they get to that level where they can weld a pipeline. Now, this pipeline profession is global. We might have a small project. Yes, as we call up the certificate holders, we will not forget the national content team from Petroleum Authority of Uganda. Please come to the stage as requested by the director, as well as the national content team from Total Energies. Music, 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 champion, whatever. Just give them a... Nah, that one, yes, that one. Where is the national content team from PAU? Yes, 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 they have a represented. Oh, yes, they're coming, yes. Please watch your step, safety first. Mr. Dai. Yes, so these are the people that are really pushing boundaries to make sure that Ugandans are skilled in all sorts of activities on pipeline welding, butt fusion welding, artificial gas testing, all those meticulous disciplines on the Tilenga project. So this is one of the first teams that has graduated with AWS on the Tilenga project, and we wish for many more teams. Please don't forget me. I'm going to join the picture in 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. Yes, please. So whoever has a certificate can pass by the first table and pick a package from the PAU. Please, round of applause to everyone. And without further ado, I beg to hand over the mic to the MC of the day. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to all the graduates. I won't hold you back any longer. I'd like to first of all thank you very much for staying up to this moment. I'd like to congratulate the team that has been certified in welding. I'd also like to thank Sinopec for the efforts that they have put in advancing national capacity in Uganda. And we've gone through day one. Congratulations. We've been able to hear different contributions, opportunities coming ahead. We've made meaningful networks. And tomorrow, all this good stuff will be continuing. So tomorrow we start at 8 a.m. I request that you come on time. Tomorrow we have awards. The conference is both a conference and an award ceremony. So today we've done the graduation. Tomorrow we have awards that will be celebrating IOCs, subcontractors, contractors, and their contribution in their national content contribution in Uganda. So come tomorrow. We'll also have a cocktail tomorrow. And the cocktail is a platform for us to network and meet new people and also be able to see how we can work together like we discussed in the previous panel. So with that, thank you very much. And I can say day one has been closed. See you tomorrow.